At night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
Nobody is coming to save you. Get up. Be your own hero.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind. Good to see everybody here again tonight. We're going to be doing the part 2 of the cult leader's meltdown. Owen Benjamin. We left off where he was seemed to be really obsessed with children selling their ass. And one of the things that I noticed about that whole argument right there, it's like, wait a minute, hold on. When you're dealing with a volunteerist society, you're dealing with moral people, okay? There's a sense of morality that has to go along with it. And along with that morality is a known immoral issue with anyone selling their fucking body for any reason, okay? So why would anybody consent to an immoral act? Okay, yeah, nobody's getting hurt. Really? The child's not getting hurt? A child's not... What? Where does this guy's mind go to that dumb shit immediately? Not, how are we going to keep people from speeding through a neighborhood? Not those issues. No, we're going to jump right to the selling the butt of little kids, man. Wow. Just and stay on it. I mean, everything he talks about is squirting and gross and shit all the time. He says the most reprehensible, nasty shit to some people. And it's like, wow, man, what the hell? What's the appeal? And the more I'm finding out about this fucking Bertaria compound or whatever the fuck it was that he was working on, or has worked on, or whatever else, that's intriguing. That's intriguing. That's some Jonestown shit going on right there. For those of you that are not as old as me, Jonestown. I remember seeing that when it happened. It was on, I think I was home from school. Maybe it was summertime, if I'm correct, but it seemed like it was on Good Morning America or something like that. My mom had it on and they were showing the helicopter flying over, and here's all these people just laying there. They look like, everyday regular people dressed in regular clothes and shit. They were just all laying everywhere. So I don't know. That was pretty crazy. Who knows? Captain Snake Fingers. I like that big beat. So I got a few people out here tonight with us, and I want to give one of my people out there a shout out. Renee Bernays. She has been kind of coordinating, getting some people to find out about my stream and some of the things we talk about. And I want to welcome some of the people that have come as a result of that from these various platforms. Good to see you all here. Let me see if I can give a shout out to the people I've got. Let's see, over on Rumble right now, I have Two Sis, Twilight Nights. It looks like those are the only two in the chat there. However, over here, I've got Jake. We've got Carrie Skates, Push Button 62. Sean the Coward Hawkins is with us too. Sean the Coward Hawkins, who doesn't realize that all maps go by Cartesian coordinate system that was set up by guess who? Not you or me. Good. We know how it was set up, but as neither of us are cartographers, some of his demands are a bit out there. But anyway, it's barely because he doesn't have any kind of a point. So welcome to the show, Sean. Thanks for the view. Got Jehovah's daughter, Barbara. Barbara, I sent you your satchel of Richards is on the way. Okay. I'll send you a tracking number after I get off the air tonight. And just to let you know, the people at the store that I stopped at on the way were rolling on the floor laughing. I told them about it and I showed it to them. I took it into the store and I showed it to them, and they were losing it. And not to mention the postal lady got a kick out of it as well. So that's pretty funny. And let me see who else I got. Greg, there's Greg Brayton's with us. Angela Baby Carson got M-Ball. Good to see you. Zulu 1, Meltdown. All right, Austin, good to see you too. Rebecca R. Let's see who else I got in here. No longer on the balls with us. Good to see you as well. Jonathan Kampala, welcome. Chaos Code. Let's see. Chicago Cubby Bear. Oh, I'm getting to know these people. I'm starting to associate different people in here, and that's pretty good for me because I'm. Let's see. Liz Antoinette. Yes, she spoke very highly of you as well, Liz. Good to see you. Bear Patrol. I like that with the little icon on there. That's pretty cool. I don't know if y'all can see that. Yeah, there it is. And it's pretty dope. That's pretty dope. Let's see. Crosshatch with us. Let's see. I think I just about got everybody. Big Beak, Voy, Anson Howard. I got people from all over the world. Mental Pancakes. This is Gamma Rama. Oh my God, we'll be here all night going through all this stuff. We got 76 people watching right now. Welcome, everybody. If I've missed you, I'm sorry. Welcome. We got stuff to get onto. I got to show you some cool thing real quick before we get started that I ordered the other day, Friday. I saw this. And what I did is from an Austrian watch company called Kala. And they have a pocket sundial. I don't know. I got pictures of it, but they got this pocket sundial and an astrolabe, which is really, really cool. These are really awesome. And just so you can get an idea how big one is, this is the sundial. Let me take this out. I don't know. Can you see that? And what you do is this little center ring right here, and I'll show you a picture of it. I have a picture I took. You set this centerpiece right here to the appropriate month, and you'll understand an analemma when you set it, because on one side of it is January, February, March, April, May, June, and then on the next side starts July and starts going the other way. You'll start to understand why. You set this top has a little arrow on it, and you set that for your latitude where you're at. And here in Virginia, I'm at 38 degrees north. And then what you do is you open this up like so, and you turn this thing so it's perpendicular, right? Like that. And then what you do is you hold this up and you move it until you get the sunbeam to come through that little hole, and it will shine directly on whatever time it is along this outer ring, or along this outer ring right here. And just so you can see, because I know it's a little bit hard and I got the graphics and shit. And if I get too close, you don't see jack. But I got that, and I'll show you pictures also. And this little thing, this is pretty cool. This is a little astrolabe, and you can tell the time at nighttime with this. And it uses Polaris and the other Little Dipper star. What's the name of it? Is Kochab. I guess that's Kochab is the name of it. You use that star and the North Star, and I haven't learned how to use it yet. But you set, it's got the time. You set the month, and of course where you're at, and then on the back is a see, it's a little hard to see. On the back is a tide indicator. It'll tell you where high tide is going to be and what time in your area. And as you can see, this is quite intricate, but I'll be able to bring it up better on a picture. Let me do that real quick. So, and then we'll get right into it. But I thought this thing is really cool, and a lot of people probably think this is pretty awesome. So this is this pocket sundial. This is how it comes out. You can see that you've got your time readings on here. This up here on the other side, of course, that's where you set your on the flip side of it, that's where you set your degrees of latitude that you're at. And then what you do is, oh wait, that's the wrong one. So then let me get rid of that for a sec. Did I keep one of it open? Yeah. So this is of it open right here, which that's pretty cool. And you can see that up here, see there's a little arrow up here on this thing, and that points to where your degrees are at. So I pointed it at 38 degrees latitude north. If you're in the southern hemisphere, you have to whip it all the way around to the other side. You have to whip it all the way around to the other side, which makes sense, of course, right? So then the astrolabe thing, that's really cool. Let me get that real quick. I should have all these in the same freaking spot, but and I still have to learn how to use this. So let me share the screen real quick. Yeah, that's this one. So you can see you have, this is your night hour index, right? You set your appropriate month, which is listed here, your days along here. And then what this does is by lining up those two, the North Star, and looking at it, there's a little hole up here underneath this arm. And you tilt this to the angle to the other star, and then you should be able to tell what time it is based on the location of those two constellations at any given time during the night. And as long as you're set for the right month and the right day. So let me see, where is that other one at? It shows the other side. This thing is so out of order. I don't understand it, man. So yeah, then I told you there's a tide calculator on the other side. Oh, there we go. And it's really intricately done. This is the little hole that you view Polaris through right here up at the very top of it. And then that arm on the other side, you swing that around. So like I said, I haven't watched the video on how to exactly use it. I just kind of got a rough idea of it. And then what I'm going to be able to do, I used the sundial. I set it up and took it outside today, and it works perfect, man. It's great. So it's really a neat device. And, you know, that's how I am. I like cool shit like that. So let me bring up, is this the right one? I believe it is. Yeah. Okay. All right. So we'll make it biggie so everybody can see it. And of course, this is right where we left off. I left it right where it was when we stopped yesterday evening. And we're going to continue on from here. And of course, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, let me see, what the hell? I did not do that, so I will do it right now. Oh, it is pinned. Okay, so yeah, I do have the link to the stream. If anybody wants to come on, any of you that have perhaps had a run-in or with, or dealings with Owen, feel free to come on up, share your story about it as we go through this. So last night was really interesting. We had Film Grain on that was they're personally living with Owen. It gave some interesting revelations into things. And then since today, I've had some other little shorts recommended to me. What is that place? Not Secret Radio. Renee, what the hell is the name of that place? Come on, I just watched him today. It'll come to me. He's got some good shorts, and it was talking about some of the stuff about him with his these perversions that he seems to be obsessed with. And I think they're deeply rooted in, yes, Covert Radio. Thank you. I was sitting there thinking Secret Radio. No, what the fuck is it? Yeah, Covert Radio. They're on YouTube. Check it out if you haven't. And that was some interesting stuff, man. That was some interesting stuff. So anyway, not to get on too long, because we only got into an hour and a half of that last night, which still that was a lot. Yes, Texas Goat Radio is another one. It's another one. Been looking at, it's been popping up in my feed. I couldn't believe it. We had a record number of viewers for a live last night. We topped at 180 people at one time in here, at total viewing. And that's pretty big for this channel. It really is. We're almost at 2,000 views total on that stream, which is, if I'm judging it right, the way YouTube steals views and shit from me, I'm thinking that I've got probably a good number more than that. But hey, as long as we got a lot of, there's Texas Goat Radio Show. Did you hear us? Did somebody say your name 3 times? Is that what was up? We were just talking about your stuff, man. Anyway, let me go ahead and get on with this. And Texas, you're free to come on up if you'd like to. That's an open invitation. The only time people ever have to go off here is when they start just, going off the rails or some shit like that. And hell, we're pretty lenient. We tolerated Rasta Bear, but we're not going to let that derailment shit happen again tonight. We're just not going to do that. It's just no. All right. Yeah. Thank you. No longer on the ball. Thank you.
Stop that in your ideology, in your twisted ideology. Be specific.
Number one, step one, how I stop it. Step one is I get rid of the idea of statism or government. That's step number one.
A 9-year-old in front of you, a 50-year-old is buying them. The 9-year-old says, I want to do this. My mommy's poor. What do? You get rid of the idea of the state? Are you fucking retarded? Answer the question.
The only reason the only reason is
because of the state. There was no rape before the state. How do you stop it, Brian?
There wasn't as much rape as before the state. There wasn't as much murder. There wasn't as much theft.
In this unique example, Brian, in this unique example.
Dude, you're not even letting me finish. I'm just going to go ahead and read the Milker Nation. Milker. No. I've already tried 10 times, dude. This is ridiculous.
No, you can't, because you just keep saying, well, the fiat currency is what justifies the state. A 10-year-old.
You keep on interrupting me. You keep on interrupting every time I answer your question.
I won't interrupt, I promise. Answer the question. But what would you do in that situation right in front of those people? What do you do?
If a person attempted to purchase a child who you say consented, I don't call that consent. I call it manipulation. The child's mind has been manipulated. But because you're deluded, you think a child can consent to giving their body away. I don't believe that. That's your belief. That's not my belief. But if I saw a 50-year-old man or a 30-year-old man or some man trying to buy a 9-year-old person who supposedly consented, that person deserves the judgment, the stiffest judgment and penalty any just society would give to them. And that would be the elimination from this earth.
See, that goes right down to what I was talking about with the morality issue of that there is a morality component to that. And part of that is you're and I understand what Brian's saying, but the way I would say it is this is look, we get rid of all of this type of thinking. Okay. A person that would engage in such an activity has no place within it has no place within that type of a society whatsoever. That's just bullshit. And there again, like Daniel says, money hungry greed. And it is, and it's built on artificial scarcity. Artificial scarcity is created by who? The government, right? Okay. So like, did you know that they pay farmers to not grow shit? Did you know this? All right. So why do they pay farmers to not grow shit? So that they can quote unquote stabilize the market. Okay. The market left alone on its own will stabilize itself. Okay. Laissez-faire. Okay. Left alone, free market. And that kind of thing. But you have to have that type of a morality within it. I mean, even the concept this guy's thinking, you know, that there's kids out there trying to sell their ass. It's ridiculous. That's happening where there's an adult greedy for money, just like Daniel was saying, coercing that child. Because I don't know about you, but I never thought about that shit when I was 9 years old. It would have never even crossed my fucking mind. I mean, I think I was a teenager before, and it blew my mind that I found out that there were men that had sex with other men. I was like, are you kidding me? Nuh-uh, how? You know, and it just blew me the fuck away. So I don't know, you know, it's just like, I don't even know how a thought like that could enter a kid's head unless it was given to him. So there's a problem.
Because that a child saying that they can do this for mommy because she's suffering is manipulation. Yeah. It is brainwashing. Okay, just like you've been, dude, I'm still talking. Just like you've been brainwashed to believe that government needs to regulate us more. If we can have more laws and more governments, we could have a safer and more prosperous society. It is lunacy.
And you know what, Walrus, you're absolutely right. And that's one of the reasons it's an even graver sin to harm one. You know, I mean, it's bad enough to cause loss, injury, or harm to another person in the first place, but to something as so innocent as a child, you know, would you torture a puppy? I mean, good God, what's wrong with people?
Owen,
you just consented to capital punishment.
You just asked me what I would do, and I'm telling you what I would do. The guy is not fit to live.
You are no problem with the government. None. You just want to be the government.
No. Wait a second. Enacting justice is not what the government is involved in. The government is involved in believing they have a right to rob you and rule you. If somebody commits a crime, if somebody is harming you, I will come to your aid, not because I believe that I have a right to rob and rule them, but because I believe that I have the right to stop a crime when I see it being enacted on another fellow human being. You demonstrate time and time again that you have a fundamental misunderstanding of what government is, what anarchy is, and by extension, what right and wrong is. That makes you a dangerous person. You are one of the most, you are the dangerous person that wants me to be regulated. You want your fellow bears in Beartaria to be regulated by government. That is your message. You want them regulated.
At 13, do you stop the exchanges?
He's still on it. I mean, it's almost like he's fishing what would be acceptable for him. I don't know what the hell he's doing, man, but it's really, he needs to stop. Another thing that people don't understand too, anarchy does not mean no rules. It means no rulers. Okay. If you have to be held at the barrel of a gun in order to behave, then you are no better than an animal. You're an animal. Okay. If you have to have the threat of force placed on you to not commit loss, injury, or harm against another, then you're a fucking animal. And there's no other way about it. Okay. And when animals attack and become rabid, they are dispatched. That's what we do. And it should be no different with a person that behaves like an animal. I mean, that wouldn't take long to keep fucking straight, I'm sure.
I've already answered your question.
No, you haven't. You said it 9.
Milker Nation on YouTube has the receipts on Owen is the next super chat.
Brian, at 13, are they coerced or are they sentient at that point?
I've already answered your question.
No,
man.
you haven't. Answer the question. Would you kill the man?
Is Milker Nation in my chat? Just out of curiosity, I've got some people that have done videos and stuff on Owen in the chat right now. Just out of curiosity, hopefully. If you are, come on up, tell us something, man. This is fascinating.
The reason you're trying to nitpick and make these arguments, how about 14? How about 17? How about 9? Is because you don't have an argument. You have to know you're standing by immorality. You have no understanding of what you're talking about. You're being dishonest with terms, and you're trying to use your own life experiences to put that on everybody else.
Do you stop the exchange, Brian? Yes or no? At 13, do you stop the exchange?
What do you care?
Yes or no?
You don't care what I say.
So you won't answer yes or no. At 13, do you stop the exchange? The consensual exchange?
That's Beth Martin's and King Hero interviews. You said they're speaking at Anarcapulco. Our friend Brian Staveley is also speaking at that as well. So yeah, we got some celebrities out here tonight. I feel humbled. Got 111 watching. Keep it up, guys. Hit that like button, please. Please hit that like button. If you're not already, please subscribe to my backup channel as well as my Rumble channel. The link to my backup can be found on my main page on YouTube. The Rumble is right here. And for some reason, YouTube is screwing with me and not allowing me to put links. They want me to jump through a bunch of hoops, but that's okay. You guys know how to do stuff. You're smart. So hopefully. Good to see you. Meltdown Austin is with us here tonight. Zulu 1, I don't think I called you out before either. Good to see you, my friend. Fake News Network, Pandora Wake. I got a bunch of y'all coming in here. GT 1982 Mustang. Good to see everybody. Good to see everybody. All right.
Already answered your question.
No, you haven't. Just say yes or no.
So where does it stop? How about at 13 and a half? How about 14? How about at 15.5?
That's exactly my point, Brian. That's exactly
my point is you applaud the violence of the state and you want more of it. You want more violence to befall the people.
At 13, do you stop the exchange?
Regulation equals violence. Regulate, because
Brian,
every law is.
Yes or no. Yes or no. Do you stop the exchange at 13? Just say yes or no.
I already told you, man. I already told you.
No, you didn't. Say yes or say no. So the answer is no, you don't stop.
I already told you because I said a 13-year-old is not an adult. So when you're talking about kids, you're talking about people who are manipulated by adults so they can have their way with them. Whether the mother's manipulating their kid, whether the 50-year-old who wants to have sex with them is manipulating their kid, it's manipulation. It's not consent. Manipulation is not consent.
Manipulation to buy sex from somebody.
I already told you the answer.
Oh, sorry, man. James, I was just saying, I like your stuff, man. It's really good. Good content. When you call those police departments, man, I'm like, man, that I've done shit like that. I've done that, and it just cracks me up. Sorry about the muting thing there for a minute. I got Dreamy Lynn is backstage. Good to see you, Dreamy. But yeah, the thing is along with this, with volunteerism, there's a sense of morality that comes along with that. If there's a man that's wanting to buy a child, there's definitely something wrong in his fucking head, because we know that wasn't the kid's idea. Where would the kid even get an idea like that? Right? And if probably from the parents or some other adult, like Brian was saying, that's coercing the child to engage in such an activity. I mean, I personally, I don't think anybody morally should sell their body to anybody. I mean, why would you do that? I won't subjugate myself, but I will for money. That's ridiculous, man. So how you doing tonight, Dreamy?
I'm doing all right.
Lemon Skunk was missing you. I know. Who? Lemon Skunk, one of the viewers, he was asking about you. I had some people in the chat and in comments of the last video saying, "Where's Dreamy?" Our co-host. I don't know, man. She's probably busy.
Sometimes I get busy.
Yeah, man. People have life.
Yep, exactly. I mean, I try to catch them, but yeah. But I did watch yesterday's, and I have one thing to say. I listened to both of these men, and I listened to all the people making comments and reading through the comments. And I heard a lot of babbling bullshit because 90% of what was being said wasn't heard because they don't know the definition or the language in English that they were even speaking. They're speaking and saying things like, you know, they don't know that the government is a corporation, some of them. They don't understand business. This is a business.
Yeah.
War is business. All this trafficking, have you paid attention to what's going on in the border and with Texas? They're sick of it.
Yep.
But nobody's speaking the same language. It's a Tower of Babel all over again because there's so many different definitions for every single word. And every corporation has their own definitions and codes, even our state codes, the United States codes. They have a different meaning. If I take and I say you can have a pound of love in this recipe, and I'm a corporation, but back here everybody knows that that pound of love is a pound of flour, or a quarter cup of blessings being a quarter cup of oil. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
These codes the codes give the words. I get each one of them have a portion that I agree with. Each one of them have a portion I disagree with, but it all comes down to language and comprehending English in all these different forms.
Well, they haven't even gotten into the wording of this on this thing.
I know they don't. I know they don't do the whole thing.
He's still trying to get
what
past.
I'm saying is the problem: communication.
Well,
you have to know the definition of the words people are using, even though they sound the same and seem the same.
That's not the communication issue here, though. The communication issue between this discussion actually comes down to a morality issue of whether or not somebody has the right to rule over someone else.
They don't.
Well, Owen seems to think that they do, and that there should be more regulation and more laws.
Because they don't understand business.
Well,
see, a co-op is where, like in Texas, Johnson County, I'll take that county. If you live in the country, you belong to a co-op for your electricity. At the end of every year, or your water, it's water. So at the end of the year, you get a check back based on the amount of profit the co-op made. But then you got the city who deals you out the water, right? They're on the community well, but then everyone has to pay for that. They don't get the profit back from it at the end of the year.
Well,
so we're talking. One's talking business talk, the other one's talking legalese.
Well, they haven't even gotten the infrastructure yet. There's still Owen has stopped at when do you get to consent to have sex with a kid? That's where he's at, and he just keeps on this point. Watch this. This is nuts.
Well, I think consent come to 18 or 16, and
his point is who decides that. My point is, why is anybody selling a kid at all?
Nobody.
You know, where's the morality? Where's the morality with the guy wanting to buy him?
My great-grandparents and my grandparents were all married between the ages of 13 and 16. That's
Damn.
my great grandparents and grandparents. But that's the way it was at those times. And
Because it was
some
expensive.
countries still go by when a woman comes to age, or what they consider a boy becoming of age.
Right.
So, you know, I mean, times change, and then they created this law: just date around until you're 18, and then decide. Well,
Right.
that's created a lot of promiscuity and divorce.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
I look back at my grandparents who were married much younger and stayed together for their lifetime.
Yeah.
So I don't think adults should be interfering in children. It should be close to that young person's age.
Right. And there's
Anything
there's
going
also
on.
there's just because you don't have rulers doesn't mean there's not community.
Exactly.
You know,
and
people
not
of
rules.
wisdom, oftentimes in a tribal sense, for instance, they have
Yes.
the elders that often give wisdom or advice on various matters to the younger people
Right.
because they just fucking lived longer. They have more experience, you know?
Right.
Didn't mean they're in charge of shit. It just means
Right.
that they have a wiser outlook on the shit that's going on than somebody
Right.
who's 12. Oh, I
Guide
woke up
their
with a boner
families,
and I want to
yes.
marry. I woke up with a boner and I want to marry Sue. You know, it's like, no, you think you do. Let me talk to you about what happens with you as you're growing into a man. All right. You know,
Yeah.
that kind of thing. Whereas now this guy, he's just obsessed with when like, I don't know, the fact that you even have 50-year-olds that would want to buy a 9-year-old is a problem, you know?
Yes. I totally agree there. I think that
that's
children need
mental.
to be left innocent.
That's
Let
fucking
them learn let them learn on their own with the guidance of their family.
No, you're shitting me, Byron. Rasta Bear called into Karen B Coffee Talk today, upset at me for talking about Owen. Are you kidding me? What a little gamma. I'm going to use Owen's shit on him right there. Oh my God, what a gamma. Crap.
Question 2.
Is that 18? Is it 18?
Leroy Truth says, I support
Brian,
you,
is it
Brian. You're a
18?
man of the highest
Brian, is it
integrity that I've
18 or
found.
is it 16? Is it 16 or 18? When can you sell your body for sex?
Owen, you are an utter fool. And I'm sorry to say
Brian,
that.
16?
You have demonstrated
16?
you have demonstrated that
Brian,
you
is it
applaud
16? Brian, do you stop the sex exchange at 16?
Ma Barker says, R.I.P. Davey.
Brian,
F you, Owen. Thank you for being patient, Brian. Owen, you're rude as F. Chat is lit. Thank you. Thank you, chat. Quit giving
Brian,
Owen
is it
your money
16
bears.
if you're an adult?
You don't need him. Can't wait for 2 years of trashing Brian now.
No, I don't care. I won't even talk about it. I think this is just retarded.
Man,
And Owen has been doing just that. Like on Twitter, I saw where he was posting shit and he's turned the fucking comments off. Owen has turned his comments off. So, well, Brian hasn't. Brian hasn't turned his comments off. He's talking about the shit too. But Owen's shit, he's got comments turned off. I guess his little Indian handler won't let him do nothing.
16? Do you stop the exchange? Are they an adult?
Booncat says,
how mind-blowingly important this is.
you don't understand how
agreed.
mind-blowingly foolish you are.
You've
And
undercutted the anarchy argument because you stop.
I undercutted the anarchy argument of voluntarism and mutual consensual interaction between relationships. How did I do that?
Because you'd execute a man for engaging in a contract with a 9-year-old.
Engaging in a okay, you're gonna call a that says everything. Maybe you are
the fact that he thinks a child or a 9-year-old can engage in a contract does say a lot about him.
Sexual. Are you a sexual deviant? You constantly talk about sex. You constantly talk about anal sex. You constantly talk about child sex trafficking. And now you're saying that a 9-year-old can legitimately make a contract with a pervert and it be that's amazing, man.
Yeah.
My position is there's no age, Brian. What's your age? You're going to call me a pervert because I don't think
an adult.
No, we call you a pervert because you're constantly talking about butt fucking. You're constantly talking about squirting. You're constantly talking about that thing I saw today about him talking about when he masturbates, he sticks his finger up his butt or something. And I'm like, what in the fuck is wrong with this guy, right? And this guy is supposed to be the bastion of morality or some shit, right? Oh my.
And if
Get
you
out.
care about the minds of children, you want them to be innocent as long as possible.
Absolutely, man. That's, there's certain things that are not appropriate for children,
I mean,
but people
it's a
don't.
shame that recently they passed a law that you cannot mutilate children in the United States. And there's a hospital in Idaho, St. Luke's, that's been doing just that. It's on their own website. But they've had to make a law to make that stop. That's disgusting.
How is a child going to decide to on life-altering decisions like that? That's fucking insane for anybody to even think that.
My kids wanted tattoos because a lot of their friends' parents let them get tattoos. I told them when they turned 18, they could decide that. Yeah. But while they lived under my roof and were minors, they wouldn't be doing that.
Yeah, you want to.
I wanted them to make sure that that's what they want. If they,
oh my God, how often do we rethink shit that we've done in the past? How often do we rethink it, right?
And how often we change our mind and realize, hey, this is the path I want to be on.
How many people get married way too young and end up divorced?
Right.
Yeah, almost all of them. Almost all of them.
I say now because of the way that society really pushes this dating thing. You don't just fall in love with someone anymore. You don't go through a courtship anymore.
Well, promiscuity destroys any hope of family. You see, that's what it's designed for. That's what it's designed for. This is why they erode at the moral fabric of a society until they, Owen's married, James. He's got like 5 kids, I think, too. But they erode until, it becomes the norm. And the excuse that's used is amazing to me. It's like, well, come on, man, it's 2024. Oh, so morality has an expiration date, I guess. There's an expiration date on what is moral and what is not then. And so is there going to be a date where it being immoral to rape someone, is that going to expire? And then you say, come on, it's 2036,
Right.
Stupid shit.
And see, that's what I see. I see a lot of confusion in people these days. It's like they have, it's almost like I stepped off a plane into another la la land that I've never been to. That's how I feel. When I hear people talking this way,
oh my God, I know.
They're talking about children like they're nothing.
Yep.
Talking about the elderly and treating them like they're nothing. You know what I mean? It's like there's nothing sacred anymore. There's nothing private anymore.
Wow. Owen is married to a little gal with larceny in her heart. She admitted to being greedy in a police interrogation for embezzlement. Wow, that's fucking crazy. Well, let's get through some of this.
If she was honest, who gives a rip, right?
Right.
The government commits larceny every day. Nobody bitches.
Yeah, they do. They just have nothing done about it.
Still, they bitch about it, but they turn around and hand them their money anyway.
Yeah, and they say, God dang it, if you keep this up, I'm going to go on Facebook and say some mean things. Oh, no, please don't.
I'm going to throw you.
Do whatever they want. When you're talking about a child who can be manipulated, that is not consent. That is manipulation. I don't even know how much more clear I can make it.
What about an 18-year-old that's marketing is manipulation, Brian? All marketing is manipulation. At what age can you sell your asshole for money when you're poor, Brian?
Wait a second.
18?
Wait a second. We are talking about a governmental manipulation where you're getting into the mind of somebody and you're saying that another person has a right to harm another person against their will. And you're equating this is your will and this is consent if it's a 9-year-old. I don't believe that.
Would you shoot the pedophile yourself if they were 9? Would you put one in his head?
I'm not going to answer that question. That's a dangerous question to answer.
Yes. You did. So the answer
I already
yes.
told. I already told you that what justice demands of a guy who's going to rape a kid. no matter what the
What
reason is.
age are you no longer a kid? Why can't you answer the question?
Holy
Are you against child
Still
sex
on
trafficking?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm against all sex trafficking.
Would you be
including
against?
adults.
Would you be against the largest child sex trafficker in the world?
Ryan, at what age?
Because
what
the
age
largest
would
child
your body-
sex trafficker in the world comes out of Washington's District of Criminals,
at
and
what
it's
age
called the
do you
U.S.
sell your
government.
anarchy?
And I am
Ryan,
against the
stop,
idea
stop,
that
stop,
underpins
because
the
people are
United
gonna
States
see
government.
You're a fucking liar.
It's like, this is what these fucking guys are like, man. Oh, you don't want to have a government? Then explain to me how you're going to have utopia. What the fuck? Nobody ever said anything about utopia, man. Freedom's dangerous. Deal with it. You know, you're going to have danger. Nobody said anything about that, but let's face it. We have the bad things we have despite government or not, don't we? I mean, I don't see them stopping anything. You know, if anything, they're hindering the potential victims from taking any action to protect themselves where the police can't. I mean, oh no, you're not allowed to have any body armor. You're not allowed to have any guns. We'll take care of you because we have this piece of chalk and we can come draw a line around your body after you're dead. It's like, fuck. What are people thinking?
And see, I grew up in Texas where you don't just protect your home and your family, you protect your land as well.
Your neighborhood too.
I mean, there was a shooting in Dallas, and that was after I moved up here, and everybody up here was just going mad over, oh my God, somebody murdered somebody. Well, the guy didn't know that they were two teenagers running from some other teenagers. When they came flying up in his yard and into his bushes and hiding out in his garage, he shot them both. But he didn't know that they weren't there to do harm and that they were a couple of teenage kids. But he didn't, he went through the process. He was found, he was protecting land and home.
Yes, Jake, this is Roz. This is why he has Bear on his name. Pasta Bear's Hero. Absolutely.
But you don't have, I mean, somebody can kill you in seconds, and you're not supposed to defend yourself. Bullshit.
Right, right.
That ain't what I grew up with. You defend yourself, they know the cops.
And this is what this bozo's after as well. Liz, are you for real? Is that what Karen B told Rasta? Said that she doesn't care? I bet. I mean, I met Karen I met her at the Flattoberfest, but I don't think she really knows my channel or who I am or anything else like that. Now I know Brian Stavely, and Brian was living with her, but it doesn't mean I automatically know her. So he must have automatically thought that I was that was going to do something, call up some other channel and bitch about me. It's like, come on,
Gossip
man.
is a very dangerous thing.
Right.
It divides people. It gets people hurt in more ways than one. It's a dangerous weapon, and it's all verbal. You don't have to do anything but start rumors and gossip about people.
Yep.
Booncat says, Owen, why do you pick your nose so much? What's in the big old quarter Jewish schnoz? Government drugs, are they good?
Ad hominem. At
You,
what age
you
can
want a
sell
sick one? That's not mine. I have not used an ad hominem against you.
I'm a Jew. I'm a pedophile. At what age can you sell your body for sex, Brian? At what age? And tell me exactly how that fits in anarchy.
Why?
this says it all. This says it all. This is a fundamental misunderstanding of what's going on here. Chrism, who's apparently on your side, Owen, says you should scroll back up and read some of my dollar super chats. I made a lot of points that destroy the right version of the utopia. That's another thing. Politics is nothing more, nothing less than the cleverly deceptive idea that you can use euphemisms, lies, emotionalism, and fear-mongering in order to dupe average people into accepting and consenting to the chains of their own oppression. I'm not right. I'm not left. I'm not in the middle. I am apolitical. I don't have a dog in the fight. This is a fundamental misunderstanding. If you're an anarchist, you don't believe people have the right to rule. Therefore, you don't believe in the uniparty that passes itself off as the two-party system. So you got a fundamental misunderstanding, Chrism. I hope I am anti-Marxist and anti-anarchist. Well, if you're anti-anarchist, then in your life, you better start forcing people to do things against their will and without their consent. Then you'll be an anti-anarchist. But you know what? I think that you're an anarchist just like Owen Benjamin is. Owen, serious question. Should I make videos and talk about jizz and squirting with my mom like you? I'm Special Boy Bear, by the way.
That's
what happened?
he rage quit.
What just happened?
This was not an accidental disconnect. I do not feel that this was an actual accidental disconnect. I believe he rage quit, but then he come back. So give it a second here.
Did Owen leave? Okay. Well, I'm not going to assume what happened. Maybe the power went out over there. Maybe he'll call back. Let me see if he's calling back. Are you there, Owen?
Booncat did ask a good question, though.
Hello? Are we? Okay, we should be live right now. Check. See. Hold on a second, guys. Hold on a second. Let me see.
He had some
hold on a second, guys. Hold on a second.
Man.
All right. Yeah, we're still going. I don't know what happened. He could have lost his electricity and he could have blown a fuse like I did. So I'm not going to assume on him. Well, that was a live stream filled with ad hominems. I knew there was going to be some, but I didn't know it was going to be that intense.
Listen, I'll say it. It wasn't no fuse. It wasn't no dog pulling the cord. Nothing else. That motherfucker rage quit, man. That's for real. That motherfucker went straight up rage quit.
Well, you know, everyone keeps talking about morals and this and that and stuff. Now, I'm going to tell you something that happened to me. I was raised without my mom from the age of 5 on. Or if you count just the visitation between 4 and 5. Actually, between 3 and 5. And then after that, we had no contact. When I was 16, I was back in contact. And so I went and visited her. And my cousins were raised very different from me. There was this really nasty, disgusting joke you could pull on somebody with fingernail polish remover and a cigarette butt. And I'm not going to tell the joke. I found that to be very disgusting and everything. And my mom and my stepdad were present. And I went off on my cousin who was trying to pull that one on her little sister that didn't know anything about all that garbage. And later find out that my cousins, it was okay in the way that they were being raised. But the way that I was raised, it was wrong to do that in mixed company. I thought it was disgusting anyways, but that was just me. But especially not in front of your parent. You're supposed to have more respect than that, or your grandparents or your aunts, uncles, you know. But in their setting, it was okay. So whose morals do you choose, mine or theirs?
Well, I go by my internal feeling. I go by my internal feeling, and you can tell when something's wrong. You can always tell. How you doing, JD? I got
intuition.
Intuition. There you go. Yeah, it's that inner compass, man. If you don't listen to it, you won't get to where you're supposed to be, man. I mean, it's that same little, that little weird feeling you got, like the first time you ever stole something, or the first time you ever lied or something. Remember that? That's the same thing. That's telling you right there. Yep.
And you always knew before you did it too, that you'd get in trouble if you got caught. You knew that.
That's why when you was getting ready to pull the swing,
every household is being raised by different moral compasses.
Right. We have immoral people. We have immoral people influencing their children, and we have moral people influencing their children. Absolutely.
Well, to them, they thought if the children did it behind their back, that was worse than them doing it in front of their faces.
But see, as we've destroyed the family unit, okay, the morality factor has eroded.
Yes.
I mean, you can certainly tell that the moral fabric of the American people today is just nothing but a thin veil, if even existent, compared to that of 1955 or even 1945. There were periods of time when morality would get corroded and the result was disaster. Let's
Right.
not forget the condition of the Weimar Republic prior to the Mustache Man. Okay, that was it was terrible. It was fucking terrible, and it was complete indulgence into the decadence and moral decay of the time. And we're right back in that saddle right here in the United States today.
I don't think it ever changed. I honestly don't believe it ever changed. I think that the leaders, the ones that call themselves the leaders, the kings, the queens, and
Well, it wasn't up to them,
and
though.
all that, they're all doing the same thing.
But it was, yeah, they are. But the thing is I'm talking about the basic moral fabric of the people themselves. Yeah, they were snowed by their government way more than they are now. That's absolutely true. However, there was the mom and dad. You know, most households had mom and dad. Dad went to work. Mom took care of the house and the kids. And, you know, there was this this world where, you know, you went to school and came home and there was interaction amongst the family, and you know, you had the kids would ask permission. There was respect. Now, yeah, there was more and more disrespect by children coming about, but this was as a result of what I was talking about, this erosion, this moral decay that seems to want to take place over time. Push the envelope a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more. And it's that whole thing of you give them an inch, they take a mile. And gosh dang, if that ain't true, you know?
Well, I also look at it like this. My kids' era, all the kids were watching The Simpsons. I didn't let my kids watch The Simpsons. I said, that's disgusting. Those kids run those parents, right? Yeah. And they call them basically stupid and this and that. And, you know, just really put them down through the whole thing. Other people are like, I can't believe you won't let your kids watch this. I go, well, when they get old enough and to know that there's, you know, a difference, this is just, you know, garbage on TV. But their own kids disrespected them, but they couldn't see the connection to what they allowed their kids to watch and the things they allowed them to do and say.
Right. There
was no respect.
There's an interesting comment. Nobody makes flat earthers. I don't know where you're getting that idea from, Daniel. That's something you'll come to on your own eventually, if you really think about it. But you won't until you learn to think for yourself. I'm just going to give you one real simple exercise, and this is just for you, okay? You don't have to answer me. What would ever give you the idea that you live on a globe if no one had ever told you such a ridiculous thing? Just answer that one for yourself. Anyway, we better get back into this.
But yeah, I don't
shoot. You know, now I've lost all of the super chats because now it only goes up to Chrism.
All that because this fucker rage quit.
All right. Well, I'll just stand by and see if Owen is going to come back. Let's see. Oops. How do I answer it? I'm keeping it up on the screen. Let's see. All right. Let me just do this and send.
You called back.
Oh, here we go. Who's calling?
Oh, check
right.
one, check two.
Are you back?
Are you back?
Yeah.
What happened?
I don't know. Did your dog step on something?
No.
Okay. Have you figured out what age someone can consent to sex trafficking?
I already answered that question, man.
No, you didn't. Anyway, go on. More super chats.
Well, there's only one. There's only one more. There were more, but I had to refresh my page because I thought something happened.
Give me a number. Is it 16 or 18?
This guy's on something. He's definitely on something. What age is it? What is it? What is it? Keep interrupting like that. That's that fucking Nick
I don't
Wolf.
think there's any age for anyone to contract.
Brian said he would read any super chats in the beginning. Then he changed.
No, there isn't. I think it's you shouldn't do it at all.
The rules after I spent money under anarchy. How would I resolve an argument like that? Brian broke his consensual word. How you would do it is maybe I should have been a little bit more specific. People who are just trolling, it's just wasting time. You know, you're just giving $1 just so you can, you know, make these little cuts.
I already said against me though. What, are you not reading the trolls against you or what?
No, I read every one of them that was in order. I just read them in order.
You just stopped reading them. You broke a contract, huh? How would someone resolve that?
With a dispute resolution organization where you can actually see. Here's the thing with the market. The market is not free because we have fiat currency, but there is still a measure of liberty within the free market. So how you would do this is there would be a demand. There's supply and demand. Is there a demand for roads? Yes. Then the free market would take care of it. You don't need coercive force to have roads. We had roads. We had
14-year-old.
Dude, you're just
just right back to the 14-year-olds and kids having sex. Right back to it. This guy can't stop.
Constantly interrupting. I don't even understand how we can continue to have this.
You have me on your channel, and all you do is interrupt me. You don't ask me questions. You just laugh
That's not
at
true.
me, you mock me. You say I'm dangerous. You like, it's insane. I'm asking you a direct question. You say I've answered it, but you have not. At what age specifically is someone an adult and can consent to their own sex trafficking? Say a fucking number, Brian.
No.
You won't say a number.
Well, because it's a lame argument. It's an attempt.
You can't answer the question. You just can't answer the question.
It's an attempt to try to dodge the obvious. The obvious is
the irony is incredible.
The obvious is you want more.
Irony is palpable.
The obvious is.
Do you think your audience likes hearing people just talk over each other?
No,
of course
I don't.
not. No, they don't. So answer the goddamn question. At what age can someone consent to sex trafficking?
I'm not going to answer your question.
You can say you don't know.
I already answered.
No, yeah. You don't know. Is it a secret? You have not answered the question, Brian. Anyone can rewind this. At what age can someone sell their ass for money? Give me a specific. You accuse me of being a pedophile.
Here, let's put it this way. Okay. Do you agree that a 13
being a pervert and a pedophile, and you can't give a number for when we can put someone in jail for sex trafficking?
I think that's
ridiculous. You're a fucking mess.
I think that we're both against child sex trafficking.
What age do you stop it? At what age can no, fuck you, man. You say that everything's voluntary. What age do you stop it from, like, no matter what they're doing, you stop it. And you say, because someone's manipulatable. You want to know who's manipulatable? A 50-year-old man? Your audience right now thinking that there's a place where there's no governments? People are manipulated their entire life through emotion and marketing.
There are no governments. There are no governments.
They're opinions by Edward Bernays. It's an art. It's called wizardry. At what age do you get in between a consensual contract where one person is entering into sex traffic? Is it 16 or 18?
Who did Edward Bernays work for? Oh, that's right. The U.S. government.
Answer the question. What age?
I told you I'm not going to answer your question because that's not the question.
Thinking that you were
that is not the question to ask.
No, you're now being a liar.
It's not the question. It's not.
The answer is you make it illegal. That's the answer.
Just making it illegal will do what? Making drugs illegal did what for the drug war? You lost your.
Said you'd execute a man who's buying a 9-year-old.
If you make it illegal, what will that do to child sex trafficking? Will it?
Brian,
can you imagine being you're his wife, trying to argue with him with something or hash something out, a problem that they're having? Can you imagine it?
I'd slap him upside the head with a cast iron skillet.
I mean, that guy. Wow. Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't tolerate it, but I think that Owen Benjamin really needs to say what's deeper in his mind and just keep arguing about something that is such a tiny point. He should just say how he feels inside when it comes to people being trafficked, instead of arguing what the age limit would be. But he also doesn't realize that there would be rules, things that people agree on. We agree children should not be trafficked. That's the bottom line with anarchy. These are things we agree in our community. We don't want this shit.
Yep. Listen, man. That's the whole thing. And he's got this non sequitur one point, and it's just like Zulu One says, he picks a point and uses it for his total argument. And it's like, yeah, okay. So now you have this one scenario that you're trying to, and we haven't even gotten past how you get to the point where you don't have to even worry about that fucking shit,
Right.
you know? But the thing is these people think that for some reason it's an idea of utopia. No, it's not. Listen, right now, my life functions just fine without government.
Right.
It functions just fine. I don't need them. In fact, it functions fine, not because of them, but in spite of them.
Right.
Okay. It's my function of my life is in spite of their efforts to make it more difficult.
I don't need a sign that says in a school zone, I need to drive slowly. I know there's children around. I'm not going to run through there at 100 miles an hour, taking them all out like I was at the bowling alley with some bowling pins. That's stupidity. If you can't govern yourself and know the difference and where you should or shouldn't drive fast, that's on you.
That's right. That's right. And there
the
you are.
consequences
You're carrying the potential. You're carrying the potential, knowingly carrying the potential of doing loss, injury, or harm to another.
Yeah.
And yeah. And so there again, it's a mindset, you know.
Can't they look around them and see that laws don't stop crimes?
Right, right. I've never had a sign slow me down. Never once. Okay. I've never consequently had a sign make me go faster either. It's just like that's just telling me what the safe speed on that piece of road is, and that's good information. Thank you. Right. But then to go around and give infractions on people and steal their money because they're going a little bit over, and in some cases going a little bit under, in order to extract revenue for the state. Well, now we're just abusing the whole fucking concept. You see, it's not about safety now; it's about revenue.
Yes, exactly.
And that's the whole thing.
Commerce.
Cops will even get in trouble if they don't write enough gosh dang tickets, you know?
Right.
So let me get this rolling. How you doing, Anson? Good to see you tonight, my friend. He's out there somewhere.
Yeah.
He probably walked away from the computer. We'll get back with him.
And you already said you'd take a man's life.
Tell me what making it illegal will do to the industry called child sex trafficking. What will making it illegal do? Will it eradicate drugs? We can't even keep drugs out of prisons. How is the government making drugs illegal? We have a worse drug problem right now. Go ahead. Have your monologue. Have your monologue.
You won't answer the question. At what age do you stop someone from engaging in their own sex traffic? And you called me a pervert because I asked you that. And you say you won't answer. And now you're just blaming the government, which lets me know that you don't even give a fuck. You're just posturing. Is it 14 or is it 16? Because you can't say that it's illegal because that's force over consent. And I won't let it go because that's the Achilles heel.
What's going on, Brian? Or what's going on, Owen? You got your eyes on a 14-year-old someplace? Is that what's going on there? You wanting to get justification that it'd be okay? It's the way it's starting to look, man.
Of your entire goddamn
You just demonstrated again, you don't understand what government is. Government is the right to rule another sovereign person. Let me show you. You asked me where anarchy, you asked me, wait. You asked me where anarchy is happening all the world. Let me show you where anarchy is happening all over the world. Because you asked the question, so I want to answer the question. Anarchy happens when a government declares itself sovereign from another government. In other words, we make the rules and we don't pay attention to your rules. So the U.S. government is in an anarchist relationship with China because the United States does not follow China's rules. The U.S. government does not follow Canada's rules. Canada has their own government. The U.S. has their own government. So if you were to anthropomorphize the nations, Mr. United States is in anarchy over Canada, over Australia. Mr. New Zealand is in anarchy over Cuba or Russia.
This shows the quality of his character right here. This, I think, this clinches it. This is just like lace on the garment. Ask the dude the question. He's answering it. In the middle of his answer, you start playing your little fucking Casio keyboard. What an asshole.
Russia
I
or
would
China.
also like to point
Theirs
out
were-
though here, Brian is absolutely wrong in what he's stating, because it's District of Columbia is a corporation which incorporated all the states under the Constitution, which is a contract for them. We are not the people with political power. They are. Men before that were free people, free men on the land. They didn't owe government. They didn't owe anybody. They took care of their families. They were the heads of their households, not government, because Abraham Lincoln is the one that wrote the Reconstruction whenever they ended the war back in the 1860s. They ended the war, and he wrote the Reconstruction, turning the United States not into.
I was actually he was
It
dead
was
by
from
the
the United States of America, which is each independent state has their own country, and then then their little thing, which incorporated the states. They're a foreign jurisdiction. They're a foreign corporation.
Period. I think that was actually done under the Johnson administration. Lincoln didn't last long after the end of the Civil War.
But Lincoln was the one that wrote the Reconstruction.
And an architect of it. I think, yeah, there's a lot behind that, but that's.
And then you think about
we're getting way off topic.
It may be off topic, but he brought it up. I didn't. He brought it up by saying it's a government. It's not a government. It's corporations ruling.
Okay. They worded it wrong. The point
United
is
States
still,
Inc.
Is the point still there? Do we observe Canadian rules or laws in America? No. Does Canada observe or enforce American laws in Canada? No. That's the point.
Anarchy is happening. Anarchy's working for governments. Why can't anarchy work for society? It can, and it does every single day.
Right. That's what you were saying. As corporations,
You're
and
muted.
therefore a form of no.
Okay. All right. Sorry.
Therefore they are a form of anarchy in and to themselves.
Yes.
Right. Yeah. I get, and whether you call it a government or a corporation or anything else, that the point still stands that they are practicing sovereignty and then putting the rule down on you. They're exempt from their own shit. See?
Yes. Have a lot.
Great job, buddy.
Thanks. Governments form organically, Neo Raven says, among tribes of humans in response to our needs. That's not true. Because government is the right. No, there's no such thing as government. Government is the right to rule. We've already established I don't have a right to rule you, Owen. You don't have a right to rule me, even if you call yourself government. Like taxation without consent is still robbery. And if taxation without consent is not robbery, then you and I can get together with a merry band of misfits, call ourselves government, start robbing people, and then legalize our actions. And all of a sudden it's not robbery. What?
Read the next super chat. This is
reform and improve
super chat. So why don't you fulfill your obligation?
Government forms organically among tribes of human responses to our needs. Otherwise, you get conquered by another tribe. Reform and improve it, yes, but abolishing the government is retarded. There's no such thing as a right to rule. This is what this guy's saying is abolishing the right to rule
Just
is
read
retarded.
the super chat, Brian. You said you'd read your.
Is this your show, Owen, or is it my show?
God, I know. I get people come on and do that on my show. Man, it blows me away. My son today, he was watching last night's stream, and he sent me a message today. He said that very debate was what gave rise to the original system of the government under the Articles of Confederation. We had a functioning system respecting natural rights under common law, with very limited government as a unity for the people under the people. The Constitution opened the door for the judiciary and the banks to corrupt and pervert our system until ultimately the Civil War, as you pointed out, and the 14th Amendment placed the people under corporate control and made available to be used as collateral for loans from private institutional investors. The system we have now is thinly veiled communism under debt slavery. And I thought that was a great statement. Incidentally, if anybody of you were wondering about Burn the Corporate Fiction, he said he's going to start making videos again here real soon. So
that falls under involuntary servitude.
Right. Crazy.
Watching you embarrass yourself.
Oh, okay.
I told people to
Oh my
watch
God.
this, and now I feel bad about it because you're such a humiliation.
All right. I don't. Unapologetic apologist says. Wait, I'm reading a super chat and you're interrupting. This is wild, man. Wild. Unapologetic apologist says in a super chat, I'm reading one as per your request. I don't know why Owen brings up a hypothetical 10-year-old boy when there are hundreds of thousands trafficked by government. Let's stick to the facts, not hypotheticals.
Got it. Crushing it. Next one.
Good.
Boone Cat says, serious question for
child.
Owen. Why does your dad still party with Gamma frat boys? I Googled him and a lot of photos came up with him and lots of muscly young men in tank tops came up. What's going on?
Fucking anarchy, man. Next one.
So you don't answer the question? If someone has
Okay,
also,
Brian, does someone become an adult? You want me to answer about my dad's sexual proclivities, but you won't say at what age is someone an adult?
You said
it was a super chat, not sent in by Brian. This guy is a complete fucking child. I can't believe people not only sent him large sums of money, but also, have changed their fucking lives around this character. Up to and including we had, they'll come on and they get mad like you said something about them. And it's
He's
like,
responding like someone in a panic,
he is.
by not really stopping to think about what he's saying.
His dad likes toys.
I mean,
I don't know, man. I think this guy's got a troubled past. I really do. But either way, listen, to hear him talk now, and I haven't watched him for a while, right? I used to watch him when he was on YouTube, and I liked his streams. They were pretty good, right?
yeah.
But then he started getting, see, there's a lot of times people will confuse edgy with downright just fucking wrong,
Right.
And I thought he was starting to get there, but no, he's actually was losing his mind. So here, if there's this gap of not really paying attention to this character, and then I see that Owen Benjamin is debating Brian Young, and he's pro-statism, I'm like, what the fuck, man? I gotta see what this is about. And then I watch this, and I'm like, this guy has lost his freaking mind, man. He's just lost his gosh dang mind.
Well, it's like whenever I watch Cop Watch, they're all going around, my rights, my constitutional rights. You've got unalienable rights. What do you mean? The Constitution don't belong to you. Those rights were given to the ones that decided to go work for those corporations. And the difference between a civilian and a citizen and all the rules, but nobody reads. They don't go learn this crap. So they sit there and they say things that they don't know what they're talking about. But it takes all of us to have that knowledge to share it so that other people can learn it.
Understanding the difference. There's a difference, and we point that out. And of course, we're not going to go totally down the rabbit hole with that shit right now. But, when you start understanding that the Constitution does not give you rights.
Right.
Okay. The Bill of Rights is a limit to what government can do.
Right. It secured their rights.
Those are, it says right in the beginning of it, these are inalienable rights endowed by your creator. Oh, I'm starstruck. Hold on one sec here. Just one sec. We've got a guest backstage, and I'd like to welcome Mr. James Freeman.
All right. Welcome, James.
Oh, stop. Thank you.
Wait. All right, that's enough. So how you doing tonight, James?
Good. I'm enjoying this. I'm glad you're covering this. Somebody sent me the link to it. I don't even remember who it was. But I had heard that this debate happened and wanted to watch it. And somebody sent me this link and said, sweet, I'll watch it with your commentary. So.
Oh, cool. Well, I appreciate that, man. I really do.
We're opinionated here.
That's good. You know, these are deep concepts, and it's good to see more and more people being able to discuss them without just saying "F you." And yeah, so
right.
I've thoroughly enjoyed it. Now, Owen's little debate discussion with Brian, I did not appreciate, but I can appreciate your discussion about the discussion.
Thank you. You're of like mind. I know, because that's why I've watched you now for the last, I don't know, it's been a few years now, you know. I'm not much to leave comments too often, but I always do leave a like. But yeah, I watch you, I watch Brian, and when that's the like-minded shit, and I want to get people to understand that, you know. One of the biggest things, I love the scene in Monty Python's Holy Grail where he comes up and they're asking, well, how did you get to be the king? You know, and he says, oh, this lady threw a sword at me, you know, and he's like, wait a minute, what? And I would be like the same way. Some guy puts on a hat and says, I get to be the king of everybody. I'd say, well, who told you that shit? I didn't get the memo. Where's that come from? So ultimately we see, and in that little skit, we see that ultimately there's inherent violence in it, because if you don't capitulate to it, the violence occurs to you.
Yeah,
you know, and I think that's a great way. They were so way ahead of their time. Monty Python. I'm a big fan. I watched all their movies.
I kind of felt like they were clowning anarchists in that sense, but I kind of felt like they were clowning all philosophy. Okay.
They do. They nothing is taboo. Life of Brian is great. That is a great one. When these people start following him and he's trying to get away from him and he's ditching shit, he loses a shoe and he drops this gourd, and automatically this big group of followers immediately splits into two factions. Oh, it's a sign, means to follow with one shoe, and the other ones are going, no, trust the gourd. And they're, you know, like, and it's not a sign, he's just trying to get the fuck away from you people.
Right.
You know, so we see that a lot. But anyway, let's get on with this.
Said read the super chat. I was just saying, do you want to answer it? You obviously don't.
I said great anarchy.
Chrism,
it's not my obligation to answer questions about my dad, you sick fuck.
Yeah, it's not my obligation. That's how I feel about my financial status. It's not my I'm not obligated to tell you if I'm in debt or not.
The worst part is he's raging at Brian for something someone else asked in a super chat after he said read the fucking super chats. It's like complete irrational behavior, but I'm telling you what, there's something with his eyes, man. There's something with his eyes.
See, it's rules for thee and not for me, but you have a government mentality. You have a slave mentality, man. You do.
Thank you for that. No, I have ruler mentality. Yes, I do.
No, I know you do. If someone has Alzheimer's, if someone has Alzheimer's or Down syndrome, do you have the right to rule over them? The obvious answer is no.
Did he actually say that after he said he had ruler mentality? Did he actually say that he thinks Brian should be in jail? I mean, that's what it sounded like. He says, and you should be in jail. I don't know. I don't know how Rumble works. If I hit that rewind button, does it like only go back 15 seconds, or should I not risk it? I think we won't risk it. Anyway, that's what it sounded like he said to me. If anybody else heard it, let me know. If not, it's not all that important, but it just thought it was interesting.
You don't have the right to rule somebody.
Yeah, just
and if you do have the right to rule them, where did you get that right? Why don't the rest of us have this right? Do you have to be superhuman to have this right?
Brian would wheel him out into a highway and let him be free. Isn't that right, Brian?
Unapologetic apologist. Next one. Wow. Unapologetic apologist says government does the exact thing Owen claims they protect us against. It's literally a gang of hypocrites who don't even follow their own laws. Owen is basically saying, well, this gang is better. Is that what you're saying? Are you saying the gang called government is better?
Hey, Brian, at what age can you voluntarily?
Oh my God, he's right back into that. And that's the thing that gets me with what Brian just said. It's the lesser of two evils. How many years have I heard people say that shit? Well, I'm just voting for the lesser of two evils. Don't you realize that that's still evil? You know, why are people's thinking in such a binary form? Do you not realize there's always a third option? If you choose not to decide, you still have made a choice. If you participate, whether your side wins or loses, you have given your consent for whatever the results of that will be. People
Well,
don't
I call it a crime syndicate because they've all joined together, and people call them government. But it's a crime syndicate. Just like officers of the court, look up that term and read it. It tells you right there that they're all one, that they all joined forces.
Well,
It's
you can
all
look,
for
you can
ransom
follow,
and kidnapping and profit.
you can follow the money and see that the public defender is paid by who? The state. Who is the judge paid by? The state. Plus the money they make on bonds.
Actually, they divide all of this money up.
And of course, the prosecutor is paid by the state. So it looks like the state has a vested interest monetarily in this entire thing, and you're kind of screwed. You know, so I don't see how that.
Well, that's why I said officers of the court, because officers of the court are judges, DAs and prosecutors, police officers, and court personnel, court clerks, and lawyers and attorneys.
Do you know why the lady justice has blindfolds on? She's got that blindfold on because she's going, I can't watch this fucking train wreck.
Right on.
I can't watch this shit. I'm done. I'm out.
Really sell your ass in sex slavery. I'll answer any question you have if you give me a number. Just it's a simple
when I'm 33.
Ooh, 33.
33, you can sell your ass?
Yeah, when I'm 33.
Okay, so what question? Okay, so it's 32. You'd still shoot someone who's kind of.
What a smart ass.
Okay,
answer.
so what's the question? I'll answer yours now. So the age of consent is 33. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, whatever the government. I just do what the government tells me, man. If they say it's 33, if they say they can take my money, if they say our sons and daughters can go off to war, I just believe government. That's what I believe.
Okay, next super chat. You're literally retarded. You should be ruled.
I'm literally retarded, not figuratively. I'm literally
makes me happy that there's a government. I'm not.
That's one of those things that drives me nuts too. People using literally instead of figuratively, you know, because it's obvious Brian is not retarded, you know, but they always say you are literally Hitler. Yeah, no, I'm not really. Trust me, DNA will prove that. You know,
not kidding.
Hey, I got a question.
Well, I knew that before.
Yeah.
So I did come in late. Did this start out constructive in any way whatsoever? Was there ever a constructive conversation that went on here, or was it from beginning to end? Has it just been Owen being a jackass?
It started out with Owen being a jackass and increasingly getting worse.
Okay. And don't get me wrong. I kind of think that even Brian has adopted Owen's demeanor, I guess, of, well, I mean, if we're just going to sit here and not even take this seriously and just say stupid crap, then I'm going to go ahead and do the same thing. But I was just curious if in the beginning there was any like solid, valid discussion between the two of them.
Well, it was attempted. I know that it was attempted and it derailed rather quickly because this wasn't, I think Owen was more bent about the idea that Brian said that he was dangerous in his thinking and said that he has it's violent and dangerous thinking. And that triggered Owen. And instead of actually addressing the issue, he more wanted to look at it like I'm butthurt and so I'm going to be a dick. And Brian asks some relevant questions, you know, like, well, do you think that another person has the right to rule over someone else? I mean, do I have a right to enact violence on you? Do I have a right to any of your endeavors without your consent? You know, that kind of, you know, the basic questions. And he never really would answer it. In fact, he did at one point. He said, I think there should be more government and more regulations. And it was in concern. I noticed it came up when they were talking about this Davy Crocco journalist, and he was accusing Brian of supporting him and endorsing him because Brian said that a article that the man had written was well done. That'd be like, so CNN puts out a study that's factual, right? And you go, oh wow, that's pretty good. They did a good job on that. Does that mean I support CNN? Fuck no. You know, it just means that I acknowledge that this piece of work that this one person did was good. You could have somebody come up with a brilliant mathematical formula and go, wow, that's really cool. That guy did a good job on that mathematical formula. But then you find out that he also serial killed like 58 people. Does that make it any less valid what he did otherwise? It doesn't. And that's the type of argument that the Owen comes from with any of this, is that it's the messenger, you know? And so because you acknowledged a piece of work that somebody I hate did was good, even though the piece you acknowledged had nothing to do about me, I'm still going to see you as an enemy because you didn't badmouth me, I guess. I don't know. That's
I'm glad I'm watching it here then, because I don't think that I could watch even 30 minutes of this. I like seeing discussions where people talk about ideas and they bounce back and forth off of each other more than debates where it's my dick's bigger than yours. And I've seen that discussion between you and Dreamy here and a couple of others. And that's what I like. That's engaging.
I'm hoping my son's watching and he pops on here. He had a channel briefly. He took his videos down. I don't know why. I think he had something going on, but anyway, he burned the corporate fiction, and he was laying all this shit out in every one of the videos. Man, he was doing really good. And before he even got a chance to get off the ground, I don't know. He said he's going to start doing shit again. I hope he does. I've had people in my chat asking what had happened to him and what happened to his channel, but that was all him. He didn't get taken down, but he really does. He's really knowledgeable. You heard the comment that I read that he wrote in my messenger regarding this. And he was talking about this being the very argument that was taking place when they came up with this Constitution, when it was taken from the Articles of Confederation and turned into this, and then later strengthened through federalization with Abraham Lincoln. And as Dreamy's pointed out, the Reconstruction aspect of it, we've had a really tumultuous history, man. We've never been a stable country ever. It's funny.
And the thing is we all have bits and pieces of the puzzle. And that's why it was presented, because of school. We all put in those little boxy classrooms. And so each little piece of puzzle got scattered, and now people are extremely confused.
Well, look at how apothecated Abraham Lincoln is, for instance. Okay. That's all they just reverence to this man in school.
They're God.
And they tell you what a wonderful, honest Abe and all this other bullshit that he was. And listen, he was not. He was a tyrant. He was hated. He was like the first Obama. For real. This guy, he suspended habeas corpus. He imprisoned his detractors in the press. He had people locked up for no reason. He put Baltimore under martial law. He shelled New York City. I mean, this guy was a real creep, man. He really was. But then that's why they have to apothecate him so in the history books. Then that we've had 4 presidents assassinated, and they only ever talk about 2 of them. A lot of people don't realize that we've had actually 4. And when it's the work of the bankers, that's the ones that they go, oh my God, look at this guy. He was the best president ever. Oh, Jesus, criminally. Look at that. How can anybody do something so bad? Yeah. Be wary of the propaganda, my friends.
Before we went into this, you made it very clear. That's why I did videos on you.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Anson. Did you say something, my friend?
I wasn't sure if my mic was working.
Yeah, I'm going to turn you up just a little bit, though. Let me see if that does.
It might be on my setting. I
got it. I got it.
Cool, man.
All set.
Yeah, man. All right, thanks, man. That's all.
I'm turning into a professional amateur on this thing now.
Yeah, well, I don't. I'm still learning myself, so.
Yeah, sometimes I get a little baked and I forget to unmute my microphone, but somebody in the chat will let me know. The only problem is I've gone on a really cool diatribe and I can't remember everything I just said. It sucks.
Yeah.
So if down
what? Oh,
So if a Down syndrome guy is masturbating in public or assaulting girls, does the anarchist punish or enforce might over him? You would stop it because
Why stop masturbating though? It's like scratching an itch.
yeah, you know what? You know what? It's not the bottom line question is, do you have the right to force somebody to do something against their will if they're not harming or threatening harm? I would say this: if he's masturbating and assaulting people is a completely different story. If you're assaulting somebody, you are violating somebody's will. You're violating their rights. Now, this masturbating in public is nothing compared to 250 million people that the government has killed outside of warfare. Masturbating in public is nothing compared to the civil asset forfeiture enacted on American citizens under the guise of stopping the drug cartels.
James, before I forget, this is what I wanted to tell you about was when we were covering the first half of this yesterday. He said, all right, he brought up the guy who got his $68,000 stolen from him by the Nevada State Police. And it was his life savings and everything, right? And this dude says, good, they should have took more. No, I'm not kidding you. He did. He says, you owe the that's the Federal Reserve's money, and they worked hard for it. He says, they worked hard for it because they have to pay for all the bombs and shit that we kill people so that we can have that oil.
I think he's just trolling there. I don't think he even is making any attempt to really be serious. He can't be serious about that.
That's what I thought, man. I was like, no freaking way. You know, and that's a touchy one with me. That civil asset forfeiture shit is, I'm a victim of that. They took $78,000 of my fucking money and my Tundra pickup truck. Man,
I think maybe that was just his attempt at being a comedian still.
I don't know if that's all the better you can do. Oftentimes this is another thing, and psychologists know this too, that when people will say nasty fucking horrible shit and then just say, I was just joking just to get away with it, and this is permeated over into social media, because you can say anything you want to someone as long as you follow it up with an LOL or a laughy face or some shit like that.
I've actually used that to try to get around censorship too. As you know, there's a lot of things you're not allowed to talk about on YouTube. Like during COVID, you couldn't talk about COVID on YouTube. Right. I mean, and there's all kinds of, you name it. There's all kinds of different things that they really are going to try to censor. And so I made one channel that was intended to just be a spoof channel where I would talk about things that were very serious, but the whole time just say, just kidding. Because if it's comedy, it's allowed, but otherwise it's not. So.
Is that your fake news one?
Yeah. And that was intended. That was all it was intended for, was talk about serious things and say, just kidding.
I love the way you paint pictures.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Anson.
No, sorry, after you go. I must have talked over you.
I was just going to tell James, I really love the way you paint pictures. You say it just exactly the way it is. And when you call the cops and you say, oh, I really like what you did there. Right. You're actually really pointing it out in a comedian type of a way.
Right. I love how you broke that 80-year-old man's ribs. The guy was a douchebag. I mean, he parked in a no parking, he parked in a park after 10 p.m.
Exactly.
Right.
I masturbate in the ocean.
Oh my God.
Who doesn't?
Gives a whole new meaning to semen, doesn't it? Yes. All right. This is going downhill, boy. Quick.
Sorry.
Is masturbating in public not a good thing? I would say that it's not a good thing, but it might be.
Can I speak? So you put
apparently you can,
money,
man.
So you put money over a little kid seeing a retard masturbate on a bus.
How have I done that? How have I done that?
Right.
Every one of his scenarios is just something fucking totally inappropriate. He's gone from children selling their ass. Now he's evolved into Downs people masturbating on a bus. Really?
Hey, shut up. Let me respond. You're like a narcissist. Oh, it's so ironic. Oh,
I am like a narcissist.
I know. I was thinking that. I was like, hello, Pop. My name's Kettle. Jesus Christ.
Really, you? Brian, listen. I'm making a point. All you do is ramble about your own shit that you agree with yourself on. As you can see, your own audience is trying to make points. And you're just like, no, I mean, Brian McCullough was pulled over with $80 million. And Darnell Jenkins had to do 10 years. Just listen. You think it's more offensive that someone takes money than a retard is masturbating on a bus with families? Then you're a fucked up person. Next super chat.
But that family can be highly regulated by the government to the point where they can be swatted and they can have.
You're not this. Go on. Next one.
If the same Down syndrome guy was eating Tide Pods and going to die, can you stop him? Brian, what's your plan to protect yourself and your family if the police were abolished tomorrow? Well, I would probably be safer because everybody would not be under the illusion that the cops are actually here to save you, since by their own statistics, they don't even get there in time to stop crimes.
Next
they're just there. They're just
Brian, you would not be safer. You'd be a target.
I would not be safer. Tell me how the police keep you safe, Owen, when they admit themselves that they don't get there over 95% of the time to stop crimes.
You would literally be robbed.
Listen, this is something I brought this up last night too, right? I very rarely see any cops in the area, and if I do, they're just driving by, right? It's not on any kind of a regular schedule or anything else like that. But here's what's amazing. I also don't see anybody out there trying to rob anybody. I don't see anybody breaking into people's houses. I don't see anybody burning shit. I don't see any mayhem occurring because there's no cops. Okay. The reason that now we do have those things from time to time, but it's the police come after it happens. The reason that people don't do things like that is not because there's police, not because it's written down on a piece of paper, but because they know it's inherently wrong to do, and they don't want to do things that are wrong.
Well, that already disproves the whole narrative that he'd be a target, because there in Texas, it was in West Texas, I forget the name of the town and the county, but the sheriff told everybody to carry because the crime was getting so completely out of hand. The minute that he gave that and announced it, what happened the next day? There was damn near no crime.
Well,
his narrative that he would be a target is wrong.
Somebody last night was telling us, I forget where it was, that there was a lot of crime and they finally got rid of their police and the crime went down. The crime actually went down by getting rid of the police.
Yes.
Probably because people realized that they needed to take care of themselves instead of having this false belief that the police were going to come and save them.
And that probably the cops were, a lot of them, in on the crime anyways. What a great way to get away with shit, right? You're the one that investigates the scene. Christ, that's a golden ticket right there. I don't know, man.
I don't know if I were a criminal. Say I wanted to actually go out and rob stores. I would genuinely be far more concerned about the armed store owner than the police that are going to show up 20 minutes after I got away with your money. And just I mean, being totally serious.
Nobody screwed with those Koreans during the LA riot. You remember? They was up on the roof. They had Uzis. They had rifles. They was ready. You come try to get my shit. You're going to get something, buddy. And nobody screwed with their shit. Everybody else got their crap burnt down despite the promise of police protection. Right?
No, they did. They did try the Asians, and the Asians came back at them.
Yeah. It's like, nope, that's not going to work for us. We need to go over here where the disarmed victims are at. Go to that section of town. Yeah. And people have probably came over here from living a brutal life, man. They're not worried about shit.
The people I like the best are the ones that will stand up more than I like the ones that will cow down and be a coward in any situation, any type of fight, especially.
Yep. You gotta like my thing at the
I've
beginning of my
watched
show.
people run and leave me standing by myself, but I stood my ground.
It's just like that thing that I show. I'll just do it again. It's real short. Sometimes there's a lot more people in here. I'm going to let them see it. It's a real short thing. And I just play this at the end of my little intro. And this is true.
Nobody is coming to save you. Get up. Be your own hero.
And that's what you got to do, man. Be your own hero.
Yes.
Be the change you want to see.
Exactly.
You know, it's like, well, how do you get everybody to do it? You lead by example. That's how.
Right.
That's real simple.
And you see in that video how you showed all the heroes that they've presented, their heroes that they've presented to us, and they want us to share in their veneration of all their like Greek gods and stuff.
You know, right. We don't even know those
people
like
really looking after
exist.
those sculptures and their paintings and venerating them, and we all have to all go and look at them in Rome and everything. You know, all their Renaissance art and stuff that we all have to, you know, think so wonderful.
And that's why everybody thinks they existed. That's why everybody thinks they existed. Like this guy they made up to stick in the school books, the Aristophanes character, right? With his shadows and his wells and all that dumb shit. And it's like, what? Nobody ever even wrote about him or anything. There's no, hey, did you hear about Aristophanes and he figured this out? You know, nobody else is ever talking about it until the Rockefeller school books. And it's like, yeah, sure, yes. Come, my faithful assistant feces, we shall measure sticks and wells and somehow communicate over a vast distance of 500 miles. What? Just a big cockamamie story. You know, we might, for all you know, we might only just got here like 100 years ago, and they gave us all this
Shakespeare's play on the world stage.
Man, we were taught that Europe was in this like really basic state, and then the Greeks came along, and all of a sudden, all this culture all sprang out of the Greek civilization. Oh, they created math, they created literature, and everything. That's what I was taught in school, and it's you know, it's just ridiculous, isn't it?
Until they arrived, everybody was just bearskin wearing savages, clubbing each other on the head and shit. And it's like, no, there's a story going on there, big time. That's why I find it hard to believe anything that I can't really honestly verify. You know, this world that we live in is one huge freaking psyop. And that's one of the reasons I have this channel, is because I'm trying to pull at that cornerstone. I'm destroying that foundational stone to all the rest of them. I'm pulling that Jenga tower of deceit. And it's happened. We've had people that have come to a realization of what the world actually is, or at least what it's not. And it's not what we're told. So that's a good thing.
3 days you'd be robbed, and you might be raped by the retard that you let jerk off. Next one.
Brian has made it blatantly clear he won't answer your rhetorical questions. Why ask it 50 times? The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. Booncat says, Owen, do you remember when you said BJs are gay and that going down on your wife is also gay? You said a clitoris is like a tiny ween. Have you ever even given any oral sex? And whatever. I'm not for any of these comments, by the way. I just said that I would
care. Like, I think that's fine. I think, like, when I hear my own jokes back to me, I think it's hysterical.
Oh, okay. That's it. I'm done with the super chats.
I think it's gay to get BJs. I think it's like, it's fucking weird.
It's gay for what? What's BJs? Okay.
Come on, Brian. You know what that is. Don't get out of here.
The guy's so pure, he doesn't even know.
Come on.
He's only...
Come on, Brian. You ain't gonna bullshit me. Everybody knows that. Like we said, Baroque Blues said you can only have an anarchy if the society is completely 100% full of self-realization, Ayn Rand type individuals. Not necessarily to that degree, I don't believe, Baroque, but This begins at home. Stop relying on your enemy. Oh shit. Did I reboot? I did. God damn it. Can you guys still hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
I can hear you. But you've frozen.
Well, something else a lot of people don't know is all these private clubs, they practice anarchy. They set rules to suit themselves.
Yeah, that's true.
A dry county in the United States means they don't sell any alcohol, but they can have clubs as long as you pay a membership fee. They're private clubs. So that's what we're dealing with. There's a lot of private clubs.
Yeah, and very much like the government, like these
So
biker gangs and
anarchy,
stuff, they have the actual force to back up their rules and stuff. You know, they have a literal physical power base to make sure people do as they're told, just like the government.
right? Because
But
they
that's what it
organize.
really comes down to in the end, is actually being able to enforce the stuff you're telling people to do, and that's that's the police and the army, isn't it?
And they have the monopoly, right? Because everybody that's signing up and fighting their battles for them, the worst kind of man is a man that will stand up and fight a wimpy, coward ass man's battle while he sits back and smokes his old stogies and sips his bourbon on the rocks.
We had a little power glitch up here on the
Welcome back.
international fake station, and we're back now. I don't know what happened there, but anyway, that's one of the other reason I like using this instead of OBS, is because I can just pick up where I left off and not have to redo everything. That works out pretty good for me. Anyway, I forgot what was I saying as I went off. Does anybody remember? I got frustrated and lost my train of thought. Nobody remembers? Okay.
No.
Well, must not have been that good because I was on a roll. And that always happens. God damn it. They probably sent some kind of a little signal to my house and say, black him up, shut him up. That's what they do. So anyway.
I think we all smoked a little weed between now and then and forgot what you were saying. Sorry,
Yeah.
man.
We'll remember next time.
Later tonight, it's just going to come to us while we're, oh, that was it.
Yeah, it'll probably come back to me. It was I was on a super chat. Oh, the thing the guy said, okay, about everybody being on the mindset. Okay. So the thing is, it doesn't have to be as exaggerated and as in detail as like Ayn Rand. Okay. It basically, you teach these tenets in your home. Okay. And for God's sake, stop sending your children off to the enemy to be fucking indoctrinated. Where else do you think you're going to get this idea that this is a necessity? Okay. That's a big deal. That really is. And that's why I think that it really begins. Education should begin and primarily be in the home. I absolutely believe that, because you can't tell me that it actually takes 12 years to teach the nonsense and nothing that they teach people. I mean, you could do that. What they teach in a year in a public school, you could teach your children in less than a month of weekends, you know? That's just how that's just reality. I mean, everything is geared down to the slowest learner in that shit. And that's one of the things that drove me fucking nuts in school. I was like, why do you have me locked up with these dumb kids? I already know this shit. Why are we doing it?
Right.
You know? And it was just like prison for me.
You could see past the bullshit, just like me and a bunch of others I know.
The public education system trains people's minds to look at dots and not back up and look at the whole picture. I mean, this is even indicative of, you know, the bell rings, it's chemistry class, bell rings, it's math class, bell rings, it's English class, bell rings. Man, everything is interconnected. And these things can be taught alongside one another as you're doing it, you know? consequently, what happens is they're easily directed their attention to, oh, look at this little dot, and you're missing the whole picture. Okay, well, now we're going to look over at this little dot, and nobody stands back and looks and sees that there's a pattern to these things. In the box, they put a little box on your freaking head when they give you that piece of paper and says, okay, congratulations there, Dofo, you're smart now. Oh, cool. I wasn't smart until you gave me that piece of paper. Thank you. Fucking sick. What's going on? Why do I not have sound? There we go.
There it is.
By the retard that you let jerk off. Next one.
Brian has made it blatantly clear he won't answer your rhetorical questions. Why ask it 50 times? The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. Booncat says, Owen, do you remember when you said BJs are gay and that going down on your wife is also gay? You said a clitoris is like a tiny ween. Have you ever even given any oral sex? And whatever. I'm not for any of these comments, by the way. I just said that I would
care. Like, I think that's fine. I think, like, when I hear my own jokes back to me, I think it's hysterical.
Oh, okay.
Not even funny.
At least somebody thinks you're funny, right?
But a comedian should never laugh at his own jokes.
No. Come on.
Like, he's trying to tell us how funny he is. Can't we make up our own mind if he's funny or not?
He does that all the time. Because I'm one of the funniest comedians that's out there right now. Blah, blah, blah. And then he went on this whole tirade a while back about comedians stealing his material. And he primarily went off on Dave Chappelle for using a joke similar to one of his, right? And for him to do that when he straight up stole my fucking penguins ruling Antarctica and the world bullshit, he completely stole that from me, man. People that remember my first channel know about that, man. We were talking about the reason you can't go to Antarctica is because the penguins are what's running the freaking world. This is why the elite dress up like them. We had a whole thing going on, and it was so funny because as soon as we'd start talking about it, my signals start glitching. I go like, oh man, don't talk about the fucking penguins. But anyway, that was old. Then he stole my joke simultaneously while he's bitching about somebody stealing his. And I didn't really care, you know, but he just lost his mind because he's a narcissist, man.
That's it. I'm done with super chats.
I think it's gay to get BJs. I think it's fucking weird.
It's gay for what? What's BJs? Okay. I didn't know what that was.
I just think it's weird that you don't want to be like skin to skin with a woman. You'd rather see the top of their head. Want to hear something funny, Brian? Is I think dudes that like BJs are into like power and shit, like coercion. That's the funniest part. The anarchist in me thinks BJs are very coercive. Next super chat.
Say what you just said again, because Skype cut you out. What'd you say? What's coercive?
I think BJs are actually kind of coercive. The anarchist in me thinks like it's almost like a power trip on a woman to like get him to suck your dick. It's like weird.
So even if she wants to do that and that turns her on, that's coercive?
It's weird. It's like jamming your dick in someone's mouth and looking at the top of their head. It's a power game.
Okay. Well, there's no more super chats. So where do you want to go from here? It's your show.
I'd just like to know at what age is somebody an adult that can sell their ass into sex slavery?
God damn.
At what age is it okay to claim the life and property of another person?
Man, that's great.
That was a great retort. What is the proper age to be able to assume that? I mean, we've had people, they put a crown on their head and they're still a kid. In the past, throughout history, had these people that were just still children when they gained heirship to the throne. Of course, they were being puppeteered by other people, but, you know, we've had this happen, but they had that divine right to rule over people. Where the hell's that come from? And no, some strange women lying in ponds distributing swords is no way to establish a form of government, right?
Do you think BJs are gay or no?
Do I think a wife giving, you know, that kind of stimulation to her husband is gay? Why would that be? How would that be gay?
So you think it's straight to do that? Like it's straight?
How is it gay? I haven't even ever thought about that concept of being gay. Can you explain to me how it would be gay? For a woman to
It's
give,
just like if you have a woman's
Well, I didn't,
body in front of you and you're like, I don't want that body in front of me. I just want the top of the head and I'm going to stick it where you eat. You don't think that's a little gay?
well, maybe I'm not on board with your definition of what are you calling gay? Because I thought gay, two people of the same sex getting it on. I thought that was gay.
No, I say gay and homo about just weakness and just pervert. I call you a homo. I don't think you like fucking.
so what, he has now created his own vocabulary, incorporating words of our vernacular to fit what he wants them to mean. Is that what he's getting at with this?
Yeah,
This
but
guy's
she's
wife,
really
his wife probably fists his asshole.
That's not gay, bro.
Yeah, I'm with Brian. It's like if two dudes are doing some nasty shit together, that's what I consider gay, you know? And if that's your thing, go on and do it. You ain't got to come out and tell me about it. I'm not interested. You know, you don't have to wear shirts. You don't have to carry signs. You don't have to put on ass chaps and march down the road. I don't care. Go home and do whatever the it is you do, right? But my interpretation would be that if there's two dudes getting busy with each other in any way, then that would be gay. You know, if a man and a woman are doing things together, I don't see where that's gay, you know, unless you're equating past gay experiences with experiences that may incorporate the same type of techniques that homosexuals use. That, yeah, I don't,
or he just really wants to get into the subject, doesn't he? He's loving it. Look at his big old grin.
He does. You can
He's
tell.
loving it.
And Brian's like not really comfortable with it. You can tell that he's not really comfortable with having this discussion on a platform like that. And this guy, he's just like, oh yeah, let's talk about the calm. Let's talk, you know, fuck.
Now, Brian really is a pretty, I don't think he'd ever have this conversation, even in a private conversation with anybody. He just doesn't, you know, these aren't topics that he talks about. So.
No,
he's
I
a
met
deep philosophy type guy. He doesn't talk about blowjobs.
Yeah, it was just a super chat, but then he took up the super chat and extended the subject. He wanted to move on, but this other guy, whatever is this comedian guy, he's obviously wants to, you know, progress with the sexual theme.
Well, because sex funny. It's that's I mean, that's, you want to be a comedian, you got to make jokes about that because sex funny. Right. So I think maybe that's just what he's trying to do here. Is he's trying to, it's a horrible attempt at a comedy show for Owen is really what I think this entire thing was for him.
Yeah. Well, this is the thing as well, as I wanted to say earlier about, I don't understand why comedy should not follow the same rules that we hold for other things. What's so special about comedy that we can say anything, can be as disgusting or whatever we want because it's comedy? And is that funny? I mean, personally, I don't find that kind of thing funny, but it seems like the pattern is to make comedy as extreme and disgusting as it possibly can be, and like as sexual as it can be, and everyone's like, oh, that's great comedy, and it's acceptable because it's comedy, you know, like you were saying, if you put that phrase after it, you can just say anything.
All right, so I can tell you exactly how this has come about, because you can look back in the past, and although there were comedians that would use some cutting edge things, you know, and I'm talking about back in the day comedians, you know, Shecky Green, shit like that, right? These stand-up guys, legends, and they were a little bit risque with some of the things, but they weren't quite this blatant. That would have not been accepted. But what you do is you gradually turn that thermostat up. And the way that is if you understand that what makes a joke funny? The joke is funny because the punchline is unexpected. Okay. It's the unexpected. The same part of your brain that is stimulated when anything unexpected, sudden, or horrific even happens. Now, what I can do is I can associate that with laughter accompanying it. Okay. It's cutting edge because I gave you an unexpected punchline and it was accompanied with laughter. And now you find it funny. Whereas a good example of this, and you can find them on YouTube, is from Friends, the TV show. Everybody, oh, yeah, that show is so funny, right? And they took the laugh track away. And you watch like that Ross guy, and I showed it on here one night, and you watch that Ross guy, and he comes off like a complete psycho. In fact, somebody took one. It was an episode where somebody at work kept stealing his lunch, and he caught the culprit. And they took out the laugh track, and they added eerie music to it, and it looks like a scene out of some movie from a serial killer or something. So it's all association. Now, I think that furthermore, with some of the pharmaceuticals, that exacerbates that a little bit more. I knew a guy. This guy had been taking an antidepressant for many years, and they had to keep up in his dose because you get like used to it, accustomed to it. But anyway, that's affecting cerebral firings that are going on. AOC, your what do they call those? Your receptors, right? It's a receptor inhibitor. So I'd watch him, and he'd be sitting at the computer, and behind him on the TV is the game show Wheel of Fortune. Now he's not watching it, but he can hear it. And so somebody would spin the wheel, and when it would stop, of course, they have the audience clap. I'm not shitting you. This guy would actually stop doing what he was doing and clap, and then put his thing down and go. And I was like, holy cow. Or if he heard a laugh track, he would laugh. Well, to further exemplify that, there's this movie, I think it was The Happening, and it was where these people all start offing themselves everywhere. And there's this scene where a guy takes and floors his Jeep right into a tree, and he comes out through the windshield and smashes into a tree in front of the Jeep. This dude saw that in the movie, and he laughed. He looked at it as though it was slapstick, and it was a horrific scene. And I was like, oh, wow.
You know what, Sovereign?
You know what? It's a fine line in that unexpected between humor and horror. And if you can blend those two, you can get people into a state of mind where they'll be more acceptant of horrific things.
Yeah, you know what? Even those programs that are just like clips of people hurting themselves and like falling over, I think they're the beginning of it. It's like it's like people sitting there watching other people hurting themselves and laughing. It's like, well, it's a new type of funny they're bringing in, which is more to do with like people like either in pain or like weird sexual stuff or like you say, edgy stuff. Right. And again, like when you're focusing on this stuff, you're not, you don't need to be like witty or like whatever or clever about it. You just say the most outrageous shit and everyone's like applauding you.
Well, right, like America's Funniest Home Videos, right? Here's some guy tries to do some exotic dive, smacks his head on the side of the pool, right? They add some funny bonk bonk noises and some birds tweeting in the laugh track. And okay, now it's funny. And here's the guy sitting in a wheelchair in the audience getting his $90 check for the video, paralyzed for life now. But it was funny because we added sound effects and a laugh track. And you keep doing that, and people are easy to condition, right? Every time they use the word terrorist, they're going to show you somebody from the Middle East, right? So consequently, you see somebody from the Middle East, automatically you think terrorist, right?
I see uniforms.
It's association. It's association and imagery. It's the imagery association with words, and they do this to you all the time, man.
Right. So we need to start using the word terrorist and associating it with your own government. And I don't care where you're at. If you're in Australia, you associate it with Australian government. Canada, it's Canadian government.
If you're in New Zealand, well, we don't even need to tell you anymore.
That's where we need to start associating that word.
Absolutely. And where do we do that with? At home. At home. Don't rely on others to do what you want to get done, man. Be your own hero. Just like that little thing said, man, be your own hero. It's not hard.
God that you are. That's what I think. Be
all you
got to
do,
if you're a woman, and be the God if you're a man.
All you got to do
have no one else above you.
Stand up for what's right. Stand up for what's right, Dreamy? You stand up for what's right and you decry what's wrong. All it takes
Yeah,
for evil
right.
to prevail is for good men to stand silent. And we see that in the good. There's so many good cops that don't do shit to the bad cops, right? Good men standing silent are letting evil. By definition, they are evil too. So you either support it or you're against it. You're either with the terrorists or you're against them, right?
You have to be crazy to live in this world that they constructed.
Guy. It's just like I was raised where like a guy's being whiny and bitchy and giggling at himself because he won't answer a question. I don't think you're like literally sodomizing a guy. It's just like I was raised, you know, to be like, that's gay. Like you're being gay. Like I think showers are gay.
What the?
You don't
I think
think you don't
bathing, I think taking a
What?
I really
Dude,
think
this guy's a kook. He's a kook.
I think it's his attempt at trying comedy. I think he's trying comedy here, and it's
trying to be
not
funny.
working.
I think the word he's looking for is effeminate. I find it effeminate for you to act that way, because we got butch gay guys. You know, somebody got to be a top, somebody got to be a bottom, right? So that's kind of generalizing, Owen. I would not do that.
bath is much more heterosexual.
Oh, you don't take showers?
It just feels like it's a little gay. Like I prefer a good soak because I feel like a shower, it like is conducive to crying.
A shower is conducive to crying.
Do you take showers?
Mate, no one else laughed at his joke.
Do I really have to answer that question?
He laughed at it.
I feel like it's a setup at this point.
What did you say, Anson? I'm sorry.
I said no, he laughed at his joke just then, but no one else did.
Right.
You see, he made that stupid joke. He chuckled, and no one else. There was no other reaction. He's laughing at his own sad little jokes.
I see, Anson. I wouldn't even noticed that he was trying to be funny if I didn't know that he had previously had a career as a comedian. Otherwise, I never would have pinned it. What he
it was
doing.
the crying thing. He said it's gay to have a shower because it's like crying. That was the joke. That was the pun. That was his witticism. And then he chuckled. There was a little gap, and then he kind of chuckled to himself about it.
Yeah.
It's
I
not
guess
funny,
it is kind
man.
of
It's not
funny. I
clever.
guess it's funny that he thinks he's funny to me right now.
Yeah, exactly. He thinks
Dude,
it's
like,
funny that you know.
He probably stayed up all night. I'm just realizing he probably spent a lot of time writing that. What we just figured out was that was an attempt at a joke. He put a lot of time into that, and that is funny.
There's a waste paper basket right next to that desk he's sitting at, full of crumpled up paper, probably, right? Because he's been working on that shit. This is, no, he's not. And as far as a career, listen, I had never heard of him prior to him having something on YouTube. And by then he was on his way to becoming the most famous band comedian. But then I find out that he booked a place and people all got these tickets, and then he canceled and told people that the fucking place banned him and wouldn't let him be there. I mean, he's creating his own infamy, so to speak. He couldn't make it famous, so he's trying to be infamous.
That's when Crocco put him on blast, right?
Yep.
Yeah, now he hated Crocco. He's salty at Crocco.
Yeah, he's all about hurt. What did you say something, James?
I think he may actually be on his way to stardom for the first time in his life. And I'm just now coming to realize this. Like, I've never even heard of the guy until very recently. And now I find out he had kind of a failed career in acting, a failed career in comedy. And now that he's on YouTube, I guess being one of the biggest jackasses around, now I know who he is. And I'm starting to realize Howard Stern didn't build his career on being good at anything. He built his career on being hated, right?
Yeah, he did. Maybe that. Yeah, I was thinking this last night. I was like, he's trying to be infamous, you know.
And I think he may actually be on his way there by being the most infamous idiot. I don't know. Maybe he's really there's something to this. I don't know.
He sure is putting a hell of a lot of effort into it.
Into being an idiot, yeah.
He's clearly not funny. The guy doesn't qualify to be on that top tier comedian level. I think he can't accept that.
No, I don't. I've seen some of his routines. They're okay, but I I would still say like Dave Chappelle has done some shit to make my sides ache, you know. And back in the day, you know, Robin Williams, oh my God, back in the 80s, Robin Williams, his stand-up that he did in Marin County. I think it was called An Evening with Robin Williams. I spent watching that entire thing just laughing my ass off. I had to back it up and rewind the VCR tape so to catch the shit that I was missing because I was laughing so hard at that guy. I've never seen that with this guy. He had a brief part in, I think, House Bunny and in some other movie. He's like in there for like 10 or 15 seconds of a scene. And, you know, that's his big Hollywood career. And he makes out like he was hobnobbing with the top tier people and shit like that. And I was like, no, come on, dude. I don't think so.
Well, you have those people that seek fame to become famous. And then you have those that don't seek it and then become famous simply because of what they stand for. I don't think this guy's got much standing up for him at the moment.
I don't know anybody that could agree with some of these things that he's been espousing. It definitely rubbed me the wrong way. And of course, I hate all forms of statism. I'm naturally one of those people. I don't like anybody telling me what the fuck to do. And simultaneously, I don't do anything to hurt anybody else. I'm a porcupine, man. That's why I think that the anarchy flag should be a porcupine. Porcupines are cool. They don't hurt nobody. They just go on through the forest and they do porcupine shit, right? But if somebody fucks with them, right? Somebody fucks with them, they're gonna have a bad day. You know, that's the way I look at it. I'm a porcupine. I don't hurt nobody.
That's
Point.
That's why it's the libertarian animal, but as we know, libertarians seem to fail. I mean, I guess we want to go.
They lost their way. That's all. They're like the porcupine. They lost their way.
Well,
they climbed the wrong tree.
I mean, I do. I know most anarchists hate the Libertarian Party, but that was my stepping stone between full Republican statism and anarchy. And I never, ever, ever would have had you come to me when I was a full-on Republican, believing in my Constitution, and you never could have come to me and said, "Oh, James, you know, look at these principles right here. This is the right way to go." You couldn't have convinced me, and so that the Libertarian Party was kind of that good stepping stone to somewhere in between to start learning the principles, and then realize, oh, wait a second, principles are only principles if you abide by them all the time. It's not a hit and miss whenever you feel like it.
Right. I got to say that's pretty much where my progression went, like that. You know, of course, I liked Ron Paul, you know, and I went down that whole road. I got to meet Ron Paul at in the Fed rally in DC back, I think it was like 2011. That was pretty cool. I went face to face with some Federal Reserve police officers. That was pretty fucking cool. But yeah, and so yeah, I had a time going through that into where I'm at now, where I'm like, wait a minute, why does anybody got to be there at all? I don't understand. I don't understand who gets this. Where does this idea come from? And then I'd been watching you, James and Brian, and I was like, yeah, I resonate with that. That's exactly right. You know, because it was so strange. As I was coming to these ideas, then I run across you guys and I'm like, oh my God, yes, other people. Nice. You know? And so that's where I'm at today.
Brian and I even both talk about the Constitution all the time and but it's because we understand that the majority of people are status. And so, you know, sometimes you need to talk to people in a language that they can understand so that you can help them see something, you know. So, but
yeah, it's when I have a knack for being able to break things down into analogies that make sense to the common man in their everyday life. And that's one of the things I do here, even with the flat earth subject. You know, these guys want to come in here and say a bunch of complicated shit. You know, they say, well, we know there's gravity because we've measured the gravitational constant. And I'm like, okay, so what that dude just said is he timed how fast shit falls. That's all he just said. Okay. You know, and they go, oh, is that all that is? Fuck, you know, but it sounds gravitational constant, sounds all, ooh, you know, the flim flam. Break it down. Let's look at it in realistic terms, you know? That's the best way.
Brian, do you take showers?
Yes.
Jesus. Finally, you answered something.
I just, dude, I wanted to let you know, I am not laughing condescendingly. You're probably a way smarter guy than I am. I don't know, you know, give an IQ test or whatever.
Guy, honestly, I'm like, it's just, you just kept interrupting me. So I just had to do the, you know, the lawyers do it. It's like, because what happens in law, if somebody's talking and someone just starts talking over them, the move is just to keep talking and then just make it louder, because that's a manipulative tactic, which is ironic because you kept talking about manipulation. I just want to know, at what age is someone an adult and ready to sell themselves consensually for sex?
He went back to it again. He went back to it again.
One track mind. You can tell what's on it.
Now, what's Brian doing there? Is he deliberately gassing him up, saying that he's like a more smarter guy, or is he being serious there? Like, is he, you know, gassing Owen's head up?
Yeah, probably just trying to appease him a little bit and calm him down with a little compliment, you know, a bit like a child would, you would with a child, like, you know.
Yeah, I think I saw it like that too. It's like, no, you're a smart guy, blah, blah, blah.
You're not retarded.
Yeah. Yeah. You just wear that helmet for other kids' protection.
Before we go, you said a lot of things. I just want to address the thing you first said. Don't you think you interrupted quite a few times on this broadcast?
Mine was more heterosexual and more called for.
Okay, sorry.
I was like,
I'm not condescending. I just think it's funny. I just thought it was funny.
Well, if you were genuinely laughing, that's good. I felt you kept like laughing, like, look how crazy Owen is. You implied I was a pervert and a pedophile and a Jew. Right? I mean, that's
when did I ever bring up a Jew? When did I ever bring that up? When did I ever say you were a pedophile? Come on, give me a break. Let me know. When did I do that?
I'm not gonna give you a break. You literally accuse. You go, why are you asking this? Why are you defending the government that fucks kids? It's like, because I used to make fun of that movie, The Sound of Freedom, and people were like, oh, it's because you're a pedophile then. I'm like, no, child actors are traumatized in the scene. And I knew that fucker was up to something too. He was a liar. By the way, there's a lot of shit the government does I am not into at all. And I like that people like you exist that call out. Like, I saw you did a great post today. Let me sing your praises for a second. I saw you did a post today about a bill trying to make it illegal to videotape in public, or like, you know, there's all kinds of shit. Like, what I don't like is emergency acts. Like, they're trying to sneak little things in. So if they declare an emergency, they can take what. I'm not like this guy who's saying the government's perfect and everything they do is great. It's just like the idea that there isn't going to be a government is not true. We live in a state of anarchy where at any moment I can just smash this against my head. Like, life itself is anarchist, but there will be a coercive, violent group that will provide land rights in exchange for money. And that always exists. And trying to pretend that doesn't exist is not valid. And that's why I kept trying to pin you.
He just put it right there. Government is violence and force.
Yeah, I think a lot of people misunderstand what anarchy is, and everyone on the panel, can I tell you my definition, and you guys tell me if you agree with it?
All right.
I don't think that it's any form of anything. I believe it's a philosophy. It is a very simple philosophy that nobody has the non-aggression principle, that you have no right to take the life, liberty, or property of another person, and that person has, and nobody else has the right to take the life, liberty, or property of you. And so it's a philosophy. It's an idea that we each own ourselves and that we don't own each other. And so whatever system of order, or, you know, however you build your society, you know, so be it. There can be rules, but what we're saying is that is a core principle, and that society should be built upon.
Yeah.
I
And
agree with you.
like,
I say the same thing a little bit different, because biblically, and because I deal with religious people in my family, religiously, we were given dominion over the plants, the animals, the whatever, right? But there was no mention that we had any authority over each other.
Mm-hmm.
So it says the same thing. But a lot of people disagree with me. But no one has a right to put their hands on you, tell you what you can or can't do. But there is a common respect amongst us.
I mean, that is anarchy in itself is a common respect, right? It's the idea that I own myself and I respect the fact that you own yourself. So it's quite the exact opposite of chaos and disorder, and we get to do whatever we want. No, we don't. I don't get to attack you. That's what we're saying. But we create these governments.
I can't send somebody to your house and say, hey, arrest that man, beat him to a pulp, and drag him to jail. You know, I mean, you didn't harm me, right?
Well, from what I understand, he's become very enamored with government because it's through loopholes and shit like that in government that he's been able to escape retribution for some of this land crap that he's been involved with having people giving him money, and then they're supposed to have access to some kind of a campground barataria or some shit like that. I'm not altogether sure on all the particulars of that, but they're like Texas Goat radio show that's in here. He knows about all that. He's got some stuff on his channel about that. There was a Covert Radio. I saw some stuff today from Covert Radio too that was talking about a lot of that. So yeah, we actually had somebody in here. What did they say? Somebody else was watching. It was a great sum of money. Said they gave him, I think, $1,300. They said, and they didn't get shit out of it. And it was supposed to be for that land and everything. And so I don't know, man. There's a whole bunch about that.
Well, any one of us here, even on panel, can start their own private club with memberships and all that. Any one of us can do that. You know.
Sure.
It isn't just.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say it's just a thing that's on the books that allows people to create their own whatever.
Real cool. Oh, go ahead, James, and then I got something for you.
It sounds like people have accused him, though, of starting a little club where he's violating the consent of others, or at least manipulating people to the point where or maybe allegedly, based on that maybe he's not holding up to deals that he voluntarily made with other adults, which would not work in anarchy.
Government.
Yeah, exactly. Right. That's government. That's not anarchy. That's exactly what it is.
So I wanted to share. I shared this earlier, and you might have missed it. And there's some new people have come in since. This was what my son was watching last night's first half of this, and he messaged me. He said that very debate was what gave rise to the original system of government under the Articles of Confederation. We had a functioning system respecting natural rights under common law with very limited government as a utility for the people and under the people. The Constitution opened the door for the judiciary and banks to corrupt and pervert our system until ultimately the Civil War and the 14th Amendment placed the people under corporate control and made available to be used as collateral for the loans from private institutional investors. The system we have now is thinly veiled communism under debt slavery.
We've all been trafficked.
What do you think about that, James?
Oh man, you were asking me directly. Gosh, while you were saying that, I was thinking, man, I would love to come and discuss some of these topics with you guys, because we're actually going to disagree on quite a bit.
No, I was just saying,
and I want to discuss it.
This is what my son had commented on this, and he's got, like I said, he's got that channel Burn the Corporate Fiction. So yeah, where would you disagree?
So while I believe that all that stuff is factual and true, but I actually made a video on something similar to this earlier, where somebody was arguing in court, trying to argue jurisdiction, and And I was trying to tell people that I do believe that a lot of times what you're arguing is true, but I don't think that it's really as relevant. What I mean is, I don't care if it's a corporation or a individual or a group or whatever you want to call the group of people that's controlling other people. I don't care what label you put on it. It's still wrong. And so whether or not the United States is a corporation, to me, is irrelevant. I know that they are. You guys know that they are.
Right.
But I can tell you that I've lost a lot of people by trying to talk about that. A lot of normies. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And so I won't deny that it is, but I also won't talk about that when trying to talk to larger audiences. I point out things that they can understand that matters more. If you believe in anarchy and we believe that we don't have the right to rule other people, does it matter who's ruling and whether it is a corporation or some other entity, whatever you want to call it? Is that even relevant then?
Right. I agree. Yeah. It's like that. We don't need any of that. That's the whole point. And they seem to, yeah, but we had this and it was limited. Yeah, but you still had it.
Right.
Yeah. And it's like, no, look, it's real simple. Nobody forces my neighbor to help me do something in my yard if I need a hand, right? But nothing also prevents me from saying, hey, Kevin, can you come over here and give me a hand with this real quick? Sure, no problem. Why? Because I needed the help. We're we're friends. It's what we do. You do help other people. That's why people ask for help. If you can, and that goes along with being as benevolent as possible. That doesn't mean go give away shit and just be a pushover and stuff like that. But try to do things that are beneficial. I'm the guy that when I go to I hate when people leave their fucking carts in the parking lot. That makes me mad as hell, right? And I'm the guy, it's like, hey, that poor kid in there have to come out here in the cold and get all these carts anyways. I'm going to I brought it out here. I'll take it back in the store, and if I really don't have time, I'll at least put it in one of those bins. But, I'm thinking about other people and the impact of what I do having what impact of my actions are having on other people. I'm aware of this all the time, and I try to keep it to the point where it's not just neutral. I try to benefit. And even if that's just as little as smiling and saying good morning to someone that you meet along the street, that in itself is an act of benevolence. It's sending good vibrations towards someone. Just be friendly and good, for Christ's sake. That's all. That's what I like to do. At least I try to. Sometimes I can be a shit, but hey, that's the duality of man, right?
You down on that day or on the year when you can kill that man, because the population yearns and begs for a government when they feel victimized and justice isn't done. And the most effective governments have a very clear set of rules. If this, then this. If a guy buys someone for sex, they get executed or put in prison. At what age? Well, you can't answer that. That's why religious people would say marriage, and that outside of that is illegal. But other than that, it's arbitrary. At 18, I mean, your brain isn't done forming until it's 25. You're over puberty at 11. So like there really isn't an age. And I was asking you that because the answer is you don't know. And that's the reality of the situation. If a retard is beaten off on a bus, someone's going to hit that fucker with a bat. And then what then? It's like, oh, well, now he violated his rights and volunteerism. No, if a retard is jerking off on a bus, someone's going to call the police or they're going to hit him with a bat. Now, without the government, people might overreact to the retard and beat him to death.
Or someone could just say, hey, you can't do that here. Stop that. And attempt to cover him up or turn him the other way or something. Come on. And I'm pretty sure that this isn't a widespread problem. I mean, I don't think that that's a site that I've ever encountered or even thought about before. And I'm just wondering why it came to this guy's mind.
It seems that his conclusion is either the guy would get beat to death with a bat, or
Right.
you can have government, and there can be absolutely nothing in between.
Right, and in the latter case, they would still get beat by a crowd. They'd just be wearing special suits that makes it so they don't get in trouble for it.
The
That's
bat
all.
will be attached to a badge.
Yeah, yeah. Wow, and that's that binary thinking, and we see that it's real prevalent. Have you ever noticed how many people they never go, that's okay? They either love something or they hate it, and it's like, there's some in between there that you're missing a whole bunch of. It's this binary thinking that goes on. It's either got to be this or it's got to be that.
I think we'd all make our own decision. What would you do? I'm curious, Sovereign. Now I'm curious. What would each of us do in this scenario?
I mean,
I would do like what I just said. I would go, hey, you can't do that in here. I would try to turn him. I wouldn't force him or anything, but I'd try to turn him or at least block the view of the other people in order they're not doing it. And hey, you can't be doing this out in public. I'm sure that, that would kind of interrupt what he was doing anyways. But, I would try to do the best to keep that away. I wouldn't beat him up or anything. I would take it for granted that this guy's obviously got something wrong with his mind. I'm sure everyone else understands that too. So we just had an unfortunate, kind of funny incident that happened on the bus, and hopefully he won't do it again. There you go. Nobody said we're going to have utopia, but isn't that a better way than beating him up, taking him to jail, giving him a fucking social worker, glutton on the system, blah, 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 blah. It's so easy.
There's so many negative things that he said just in that comment. I mean, the first thing is he's using the word retard, which is like completely unpolitically correct anyway. If someone's got mental problems, that's someone with problems that people in society should be looking out for. And like, if they were masturbating, out of anyone, that's the one person that you'd accept it because they can't help it. And then he follows that up by seeing other people as wanting to inflict physical violence on that person. The whole scenario he created was like out of his like disgusting mind. And also it's like it's making people believe that people are like that and not like you were saying, like, caring about other people and looking for the best in other people. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. It's just this really kind of disgusting negative view of the world, and he thinks it's funny and he's laughing at himself out of this horrific like image that he's created in people's minds. You know what I mean? It's all really like low vibration negativity, in my opinion.
Exactly. What's the difference between the action and actually spewing it out your mouth? You're still painting a picture in everybody's mind. So
yeah. And if he was in the bus, he would laugh at the guy. Yeah.
So either way, I guess I'd beat him with a bat.
You'd beat the mentally challenged guy with a bat for beating off on a bus.
Yes, especially one that's just talking about it, painting pictures in people's head. He deserves it just as bad as the one that did it. I'm sorry, but we're talking about morals here, right? And was he really talking about a retard, or was that just a figure of speech?
Well, he was actually talking about a physically or an actual mentally handicapped, like suppose someone with Down syndrome or severely retarded.
I've never seen anybody with Down syndrome do that in a public place.
Well, the thing is,
they're taught manners by their parents. We went to school with a couple.
Usually, these people spend very limited amount of time, by themselves, especially in buses and things like that. They usually got somebody that's helping them along or something like that. At least that's been my experience. Now you've got higher functioning people that they are able to be not supervised, so to speak, or helped along. But those aren't the type. They're functional, right? Which means they're not going to do something like that. You understand? His whole scenario is just stupid. I think he just kind of
like the Phoenicians, they said, we ain't going to have this crap in our society. And if you did something to harm another human being, what'd they do to you? They didn't put you in prison. They just offed you.
Mm-hmm.
Look at the people, and I'm not saying that everyone that goes to prison or anything like that, but look at a lot of these pedophiles and these murderers. They get out of prison, turn around, and what do they do when they get out? the same damn thing. Go
Masturbate
right
on a
back
bus.
in. They harm somebody else.
Well, I'm just wondering why this guy's so fixated on and no, retarded. Somebody made that politically incorrect. I don't accept that. Okay, because let me tell you something. When it comes to that, retardation or retarded is a general classification, and this is what I think is so funny. People are saying, "You're not supposed to use the R word, you idiot." Well, did you not know that idiot, imbecile are both classifications of mental retardation? They're different degrees. You have an idiot, a moron, and an imbecile, and those are varying degrees of mental retardation. So I think it's ironic when they say, "You can't say the R word, you imbecile."
And retarded means slow. And what do they say
Right.
now? They are slowly or slow mentally. What is that? How's that term go? Damn it.
Well, if any of y'all was ever in music class, band
Slow
class,
developmentally disabled. That's what they use. And they put the word
Right.
slow in front.
I was in band through school and stuff, and maybe some of you also were. And on sheet music, when you're supposed to slow the tempo, it's written right on the music, retard.
Yeah.
Right, meaning to slow. And of course, in 7th grade, that got a snicker out of everybody, but you also learned what the word actually means too. So
right.
Anyway, I don't know, James, what would you do in the scenario?
I'm not going to stop the guy. So yeah, I mean, not till he's done. So I'll just put up a sheet or something, take my shirt off, just cover it up. So
yeah,
no, I mean, I don't know, man. To be totally honest with you, I don't think I'd actually even ever end up in this situation. Because personally, I don't go around large crowds of people. I don't think I've ever been on a public bus. I avoid cities. So, man, I don't think I'd ever be in the situation. I don't get that close to people. And I think that maybe that's one of the downsides of living in too large of a group of people is you're going to have more things happen that you don't necessarily want to see. Or
I think there's a higher degree of insanity in cities for a few reasons. There again, staying off the binary, but looking at the factors involved. You have people that are trapped within boxes, a bunch of 90-degree angles, which are nowhere in nature. It's a completely unnatural environment. And they're also blocked away from much sunlight, as well as the actual earth. They're not in touch with the things that we need that drive our consciousness. And I think that people suffer from a type of insanity after a while, that they live in those close proximities with one another in that very unhealthy, unnatural environment. Just an anecdotal, as to why you can tell that that's not within our nature. I mean, how many people watched the movie The Hobbit, right? And they went, "Oh, I love those houses that they lived in. That is so cool. The Shire is so awesome." Why? Because it's like melding with nature, and it's pleasing. Whereas 90-degree angles within 90-degree angles and rectangles and boxes and grids are not pleasing at all. So I think it does shit to people, man.
Well, also, no matter where I've lived, if you step outside, get out of the TV and the news and all the garbage that's talked about, and you go outside and there's your neighbors, and you go to town and you're doing your thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
The only ones we really see acting out of just regular life is what all these people keep calling our government.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Everybody else, I can leave my house. I come home and nobody's moved in. Nobody's busted the doors down. Nobody stole all my groceries and everything in it. Of course, I do keep dogs, but that's, it's just not what we see when we walk out the door and when we drive down the road and when we walk through the store. People aren't knocking each other out with canned goods. Right?
One of the biggest drives to get people to go along with government is, of course, fear.
Yes.
And what a great fear to have, but to fear everyone else. Okay. Because you're the only one that can be trusted. Nobody else can. And I've asked people, I would say it's got to be 1 million by this point in my life. Do you think you could live the rest of your life not perpetrating loss, injury, or harm against another without somebody threatening you with a gun for it to do it? And they say, well, yeah. Okay. Like, I'm already fucking doing that. You know, what the hell? Right.
You're already living anarchy.
Right.
Yep.
So I'm like, and then the first thing that comes out of their mouth is, but it's everybody else. And I'm like, listen, I'm on my way to asking everybody else. I've asked a whole bunch of everybody else, and they had the same fucking answer as you.
Right.
They
They don't
way to
get it
ask
though.
everybody
Some
else.
of them just don't get it. They can't comprehend it.
No, they got it. That's this fear, and it's perpetrated, of course, with your programs on TV. What do we always have? We have crime dramas, right? Medical. Oh my God, there's shit to fear. All these diseases and things that can go wrong. And oh my goodness gracious! But oh, come on, fuck me.
You're sovereign.
Only with your consent.
I'll be
Press
right
pause.
back.
All
I'll be right back. This thing's fucking up on me again. Hang on.
Okay. Well, since you asked a question, James, if you saw a man hitting on a woman, not knowing if it's wife, of strange or whatever, and you just happened to see that, would you do anything to step in and stop it?
See a man hitting on a woman?
Yes, like beating her up.
Oh, hitting on. I was like, well,
Not
I don't know.
like-
Does she want to be hit on? Like,
Not like
just tell him to leave her
flirting.
alone. Okay. Would I step in?
Yeah.
Who was the aggressor? Who hit first?
Well, I don't know. You pick your scenario.
I mean, if I saw anyone attacking anyone, and it didn't appear to be mutual combat to me, sure, I would step in.
Same here.
But I
gotta fix my.
I think that more often than not, it's mutual. And otherwise,
I'll tell you what.
if it's not mutual, then my question is, who is the aggressor?
Right.
If the aggressor's winning, or I'm sorry, if the aggressor is winning, then I'll step in. If the aggressor is losing, I'm just going to let it go.
Right. Let it go. Yeah. You
There,
look
I'm
at the
back.
variables and take it into consideration.
And I don't take it into consideration that the gender of the aggressor.
Well, true.
If the woman aggressed on the man, then I'm sorry, I'm not stepping
exactly.
in.
And I used to say that too, because I'm not a pushover. And I say, if you're gonna put them boots on and use them, I'm gonna slip my feet in your boots and do the same back to you. Yeah. So I don't play that game, but I do know that a lot of other people, women will cower down to a man because out of fear, like most people do with government. I can't do that. There's no part of me that will let me do that. And I'll step in if I see something wrong happening that's harmful to another person physically or whatever.
I hit a gravity pocket up here.
Oh crap! That must mean you're falling. Damn it!
We've taken everything back. Everything's nominal now. Of course, that's always got to be. You ever notice that they always say everything's nominal? I think they do that because they talk in that monotone voice. The engines are now revving. It's T-minus 59 minutes and counting, and they go like that because it puts you in this trance. And these guys, geeks, are sitting at home, man, looking at their poster of Neil deGrasse Tyson, greased up in a pair of ass chaps, and they're ready for the big rocket launch. And I'm like, you geek, what are you?
Sovereign, just face it. You like it because of that toilet up there.
I do. I like the vacuum toilet. I have been known to abuse the vacuum toilet. So that is when I can get Don Pettit out of there. I'm sorry, you're disrespecting our brave astronauts. Rally Cloud Engineering. Yeah. Okay.
Done forming until it's 25. You're over puberty at 11. So like there really isn't an age, and I was asking you that because the answer is you don't know. And that's the reality of this situation. If a retard is beaten off on a bus, someone's going to hit that fucker with a bat. And then what then? It's like, oh, well, now we have to, he violated his rights and volunteerism. No, if a retard is jerking off on a bus, someone's going to call the police or they're going to hit him with a bat. Now, without the government, people might overreact to the retard and beat him to death or hang him, right? That's why to codify the laws is very helpful for everybody.
Wait a second. I'm sorry,
But
Sovereign.
don't
I
you
know
agree
we already
have
paused.
codified law?
I know we already paused before that part, but he was just saying, you know, if it weren't for government, then somebody might beat him too hard with the bat. But don't we see that on a daily basis that police show up and use excessive force and beat him too hard with a bat?
Yes, or show up and beat and kill the guy that called them. How many times does that happen? They show up and shoot the guy that called him or something, you know? It's
and
like,
well checks are super dangerous.
it's like the government breaks your leg and then gives you a crutch, and somebody says, well, if it wasn't for the government, you wouldn't even have that crutch.
Right.
It's like, no shit, Sherlock.
Yeah, and this guy's got so little faith in his fellow you know, fellow human beings that he thinks that they'll just go and beat this guy to death if you didn't have like a system to step in and like protect this mentally ill people from us crazies that would want to, that are like him, that are like sick, violent people that would want to attack someone when they see him masturbating. It's like, you know, he's obviously like, you know, he's pretty sick in the head, man.
Well, these people, and he was one of them that says, you know, like with property rights, you wouldn't have that without government. And I'm like, no, I have that despite government.
Mm-hmm.
You see, this is why I don't have things in my life, and my life isn't being lived because of government. It's in spite of them. Okay. It's I don't need them. They're a hindrance on everything. They're a big hindrance on my life, your life, my wealth, my accumulation of any wealth, my property rights. No, that's a big fucking fat lie, because those are hindrances. Those don't help me in any way at all.
Yeah, and it's a threat, the constant threat of violence. And in the UK, remember, we don't have arms. These guys have got pepper spray, they've got batons, they've got their rubber bullets, their hoses. That's what it comes down to in the end. Oh yeah, you can go out and protest, but nothing you can do about that hose, man.
Shit, they got fucking tanks and stuff now, man. I couldn't believe it. This little podunk town where I live, right? It has a Humvee. Our police department, we got 3 cops. They might not have it no more, but they had a Humvee, military Humvee. And then Luray, which is the county, our county seat, it's really a small town. There's only like, I think, 3 traffic lights in the whole town. And they got a big gosh dang armored vehicle with a ram thing on it and shit. And I'm like, when in the fuck are you people ever going to need that around here? For Christ's
serving
sake.
warrants for unpaid traffic citations. Duh.
Well, I can see that. Yeah, that's a serious problem. You know, definitely.
Well, they
that definitely
kidnap and
warrants
ransom
violence.
people. The more that people are waking up to this, though, the more people are paying attention. So now the kidnapping and ransom, because people don't realize when bail is when you pay another man to be in charge of you.
Yep.
Telling you all about your own slavery, but people don't see it.
Nope. Well,
Just makes me want to smack them upside the head, shake them up a little bit.
Laws specifically like the 4th Amendment, you shall be secure in your person's houses, papers, and effects, is being violated constantly by people who call themselves government.
I agree with you on forfeiture stuff. Like if somebody is selling drugs and their mom's house can be possessed, yeah, to me that feels tyrannical. Yes, absolutely. But the idea of government itself is obviously going to always happen. And the only way to affect change is to look at how to never be in that situation. So the government cares the most about controlling commerce and, and currency. And so the biggest threat to them is if you start trading outside of their system. And so that's why
It's not the government system, Nimrod, man. It's a private banking system. You don't understand that. I don't what the fuck. The government ain't got jack shit to do with it. They gave that away. They took that power out of our hands and they gave it to a few willful, greedy men.
But he genuinely sees it that way, I think. He genuinely perceives it the way he's saying it.
Yeah.
This guy can't be a flat earther, can he?
Yeah, I'm kind of dismayed by that. I really am.
He is a flat earther.
And here's what I'm saying, and I've said this before. Something has happened to him. I mean, in that gap of time from when I was watching him before, and then when he wasn't on YouTube anymore, I didn't want to always have to switch over platforms on my TV to watch something else. So I didn't watch as much of it. Once in a while, I'd catch one of his streams. And to see how he is talking now, as opposed to like after he woke up to flat earth and he'd quit drinking, I was like, that's awesome. I watched that happen. And being an ex-alcoholic, and I will say that it's ex. I haven't had a drink in 13 years, nor had a desire to. It's just something I don't even have to maintain anymore. And I was glad to see that happen with him. And I could see a change happen with him then and see him. He was speaking some truth. And then he started getting all culty with this bear shit and beartaria. And see, because he was introduced to the Tartarian theory through flat earth. And that's how he came to the idea of beartaria.
What's beartaria?
What's that?
What's beartaria?
Okay, so he was going to buy this big, huge plot of land. I guess it was in Idaho or something. And people were sending him money, donating money. And he said that all the bears could come there and they could stay and camp and they'd have shooting range and all this other shit. And a bunch of crap happened. It never went to fruition. And he had to try to do it somewhere else. I'm not fully sure on the whole story. But that was around the time he started getting all cultish. And these people will come in and write him letters or say something in chat and say, I wish to be bearified as such and such a bear, or, you know, whack my pee-pee bear, or whatever the fuck, you know. And but they have bear in their name, and then they get to be part of this bear clan. And it really started getting really culty, you know. And
well, anytime you label a group of people, they're a cult because they have the same belief system or this or that. And the way I see this is that man can't be a king without a following, without people that are willing to follow in his footsteps, do what he does, agree with him. You know?
Well, until somebody like Brian comes along and calls out the emperor's new clothes. Okay, that's what happens. See, if these people that are in a cult of personality, they catch a wind of this and watch, and this guy melting down with absolutely no argument, no logical refutations or anything whatsoever. I mean, that's got to give people the pause to think. It really does.
We had the best example ever, Chili. Remember that, doofus?
Yeah. But here's
same
the thing.
Shit, different day, different face. But same bullshit.
I think I remember I was in his chat one time when he started doing that thing with the bears and everything. And it was cringy to me because a bear, what I've always known a bear was a large, hairy homosexual men are referred to as bears in that community.
I never heard that one.
Yeah, and then he had been referring to his dad being gay and all this other shit. And I was like, man, how can you not see that and then name your cult people bears? You know, I don't know. I'm just looking at little red.
Are there girls in it? Is it just for men, the cult, or whatever it is, or are there women as well?
Oh, they have women too. Yeah, they have women too. And then from what I understand, we had a guy on the panel last night. If you remember, I think his name was Brian. He's from Film Grain. And he was on here and he was telling me he had lived with Owen for a period out there at his house and was filming a documentary or some shit like that. And then Owen just up and fucked him over and wasn't going to pay him. and still use the footage for his unauthorized TV channel that him and Vox Day came up with. And he's suing him in court. So we got some insight really deep into what's kind of driving behind this guy. You know, I wish he'd come. I was hoping he'd be here tonight and pop up on the show, because that was some pretty interesting shit.
Sovereign, would you say that since he's become like, since he became more popular and like was getting more attention, did his behavior degenerate like in that way? Do you reckon that's the reason?
He started acting like a power hungry tyrant on his show.
Yeah, like he can't handle the fame sort of thing, and he just got carried away.
Dude, people that would send him money weekly and shit, he'd get jacked over something they said in chat and ban them for life. You are banned for life now. Blah. I mean, and people would take this fucking abuse and beg him to come back. I mean, it was just like, it's sick. It's fucking sick, man.
It's like he hasn't got the humility to be a leader, and it got to his head, and now it's just like all the crap's coming out, you know, because the thing is, now he thinks he can say whatever he wants because he's got his followers and stuff that like hang on to his words. So before he had to fight for it, but now he's just like, oh, I can just say what I want and everything's funny and people will still listen to me, you know?
Yep.
It's true though, isn't it? Like, he's not wrong, is he?
No, I mean, he's actually getting, listen, infamy.
I think he's maybe more of a genius than any of us are giving him credit for here. As much as I don't know, man.
Yeah, because a lot of people love the drama as well. And if you say outrageous and dramatic things and act a fool, yes, you will get more attention.
Yep, because infamy is fame. It really is. I mean, Charles Manson, or, you know, any of these people that we look at that were, you know, did supposedly some horrific shit. We don't look at them. They're famous, but not for good things. So we just give it the word infamous, but it's still fame. You know, even Manson had a cult following, right? He had young girls wanting him to marry them all the time, writing him letters and shit. Listen, just off of, not to get off topic, but I've been out there where they were at. Okay, I didn't live too far from it, and I've been up there in Goler, Wash, where they were at that farm, and you know that picture of all of them in that little arched rock. I've been right there. I've been inside the house, which is burnt down since, but I've been inside that house. Looked at that cabinet where they found him inside. He was inside the cabinet under the sink, and they almost missed him, except for somebody saw a little bit of his hair sticking out from the cupboard door. And they opened it up, and they said the first thing he did, they shined the light on him, and he just went, hi, like that. And then they pulled him out and arrested him. But I've been up around there and talked to people that knew the group and had been at these love-ins and shit with them. And yeah, it's some pretty wild shit, but there's a weird vibe up there, man. There really is. Real close to China Lake Naval Air Weapons Station, where they had all the MK Ultra bullshit going on too. So that's interesting. Like right at the border of it.
Drug trade is so highly regulated because they derive a lot of power from drugs, and they also, you know, unregulated drugs cause so much death, and it takes out their, I mean, all tax cattle, right? Like I'm not saying that they don't look at us like we're cows, but people want to be cows. They do by their actions every goddamn day.
That's
and
true.
So to act like you're not, like you're above that is, I find preposterous. And if I came across as a little aggressive, it's just because, you know, I just felt like you weren't admitting to certain realities. And it was like that scene from Good Will Hunting where if I just repeated it enough, maybe we'd have a breakthrough.
Well, I just want to tell you, I think we can progress here, because there is something I want to talk with you about that I think would be hilarious if you and I did a reaction video on. But before we go through that, I do want to make it clear, I don't agree with you on government. I don't think there should be more regulations. More regulations to me means more tyranny. It means less freedom. It means the government getting bigger and sticking their hands further into your pockets and extracting more of the product of your time and laboring energy, which to me is violence. And I don't agree with any of
But
that
don't
kind
you
of stuff.
think that that's the result of people's horrible behavior and their desire to extort their neighbor? Because like a lot of these things that you're describing, well, I'll agree with you on this. Okay. Shrinking the amount of laws and making them a lot clearer, I think that that could be an improvement. I think that we have so many laws that, you know, political persecution can happen when people hunt and peck and try and use government to like enforce their will on others. But without government, people would do that to each other because there'd be a power vacuum and then another government would emerge and it would be extremely violent as gangs and cartels and warlords fought over who gets to be in the position of monopoly on violence. Because every single time someone wants someone else to do something for them, that's how you build a government. And so if you order a pizza, somebody's the treasurer, somebody's the secretary of transport, somebody, it's like people just start forming systems. And so the government we're currently seeing that has its problems, I believe it's because a lot of people are demanding horrible things. Like, for example, the COVID thing, that so many people I know were so, as you said, manipulated, but these are adults. I'm talking about 50-year-olds, that their neighbor was going to kill them if they
Is that me?
hug them.
Yeah.
And that everybody had to wear a mask and everybody had to get vaccinated. So that's why areas like where I live in Idaho, there's very little mandates because the people didn't want it. But you go to someplace like California where people are riddled with sodomy and sin and porn, they're like, oh, put a mask on them, put a mask on them. So the government has to do the will of the people. And then if you like, even though we've been fighting this whole time, I actually view you like you probably instinctively have morality. And so you'd look and say like, oh, we don't need the government because we know better. No, a huge amount of people are fucking nuts. And so they're like begging, like, you got to wear a mask. You got to fucking wash your hands. You got to shut down your business. And so the government has to do that in order to keep its monopoly on force. If they lose that monopoly, it creates a vacuum and gangs, cartels, and warlords fight. And a lot of people, motherfucker, my fucking thing just.
No, you're still here. Can you hear me? Oh, shoot. I hate technical issues.
You know, I have.
I'll just wait to read some of these super chats for when he gets back. Uh-oh. I'm trying to open it. Are you there? Owen. If you can hear me, call back. I'm going to hang up on you, but call right back. Or maybe I should call him back. If you can hear me, Owen, if you're watching the stream, let me call you back.
See if I can get on.
I like calm discussions.
No shit.
He might.
Both, bro.
Uh-oh. I'm just going to tell him to call me back here.
And nothing drive me worse nuts than somebody who you're getting right to the end of your point, right about to make the point. You're tying it all together and they jump in and want to fucking side rail it with some anecdotal shit that was only a portion of what you were setting up to get to the point with. And it's like, oh my God, that Nick Volt, he's the worst. He does that every time.
Yeah, you can't. Okay, cool. Let me go back to
Nick Volt is hilarious.
Oh my God.
He wanted you to pay set him up with a plane ticket and even pick him up at the airport so he could kick your butt.
Yeah, he was all drunk. James, this was hilarious. This physics professor out in California. He was all drunk and he was pissed off because I don't believe the world's a globe. And he wanted to come kick my ass. So he said he was going to come here and pound my ass. And he wanted me to pick him up at the airport to do it too, right?
Wow. And book him a flight.
I says, you want me to get you a place to stay too? What the fuck, bro? Couldn't believe it.
Not me.
Don't tell me my dog went over to your place and pulled the plug, right?
Yeah. That one was my fault.
Okay. All right. So, I don't want to talk past you because if I was your neighbor, I would treat you with the utmost respect. And I think the same thing of you toward me. So I don't want this to be an interpersonal thing because I think it muddies the waters. Okay.
One bit.
All right, cool. Cool. I just,
Yeah.
I definitely want to make headway with you. And this thing that I have in mind that you and I could both do, because I think we're on the same page toward this one person, and I'm going to keep this, under wraps until I get to it. But I just want to say, you don't think that like the Crips and the Bloods are a form of government, do you?
They absolutely are.
But who perceives that they have the right to rule? Because when they're running roughshod over everybody in like LA County, nobody thinks that the Crips and Bloods have the right to do what they're doing, but they do believe the police and the politicians have the right. Do you see a difference in that?
Yeah, but it's just human nature. It's human behavior. It's just that's people want governments.
It's a fucking cop out. Nobody likes to be told what to do. Not initially. You see, this is the thing. Well,
I disagree with that.
Conditioned. I think
I've
it's something
watched
that has,
people all my life bow down to the government, bow down to their pastors, bow down to anybody and everybody. They call everybody else. They won't lift a finger to do a damn thing themselves. They always call the law. They call CPS. They do all that shit. I lived it. I know it.
well, those are people that have already been conditioned. Those are people that already have been.
Yeah, that's a good majority of them. They've been through school.
Let me tell you why I think that, because I can remember, and I'm sure that a lot of my audience, people that are like-minded with me, and I'm sure James, you probably had to go to the principal's office a number of times as well. I'm sure I did, and they said
a lot more.
you're what they say, you resent my authority, and my answer to them was, I'm questioning your authority's existence. Okay, I'm not denying it. I don't think it even exists. So what the fuck are you talking about? I said the only difference between me and somebody else is somebody else has been beaten into the belief that that's true. I haven't accepted it yet. And that's all you have. You have to accept it for it to be true.
For a while, I thought that the majority of people did want to be free and didn't want to be ruled. But I'm getting to a point where I don't think that's true in my experience and what I've seen people do. I've seen a lot of people come to the. If you are truly free, then you also, by nature, are responsible for your actions and the outcomes of your actions. And I think that people have realized that when you're under the control of somebody else, that somebody else, I guess, kind of takes the blame for all your actions, or at least people perceive it that way. Maybe.
I look at it like this. It's sort of like the difference between a barn cat and a house cat. Okay. House cat been declawed so you don't tear up the furniture, maybe, right? Mm-hmm. He spent all the time in the house. He's got a nice little litter box to shit in. Every day, here's a can opener. He gets food, right? He's been domesticated. He's not going to do well outside. So he doesn't want to get rid of the being owned. He wants to be owned because that's how he eats.
Sure. Okay.
That's how he stays warm and everything else. Okay. Whereas with the barn cat has always known how to take care of itself. Well, what they've done is they've taken people and domesticated them to a point where they need their mommy, daddy government. This is why my wife worked at the health department here in my county when I first met her, and they have this thing WIC. I'm sure you know what that is. These coupons that people get, women, infant, children, or something, and there's certain goods in the grocery store that they get a heavy duty discount or get it for free with these coupons, right? That they get from the state. When the rolls of applicants or recipients for those had started to decline, which should be a good thing, right? Because people weren't needing it. They had to find a way to get more people enrolled in it. So they started loosening up the requirements for being able to receive it, so that they could support that program. Whereas the real answer would be, if there's no support for the program, you don't have it. There it is. They should have been happy to save the money, but they weren't. They wanted to spend more.
It's just business. You can't make a profit that way.
Right. Right.
And sometimes that profit is nothing more than control.
But yeah, I mean,
this is-
if you take out the survival instincts or the know-how, so to speak, I mean, used to be that there was. I mean, do you think there's a lot more people today that know how to plant, sow and reap different crops today or 200 years ago?
200 years ago.
Yeah, no, they only know how to go down to A&P and buy a can of whatever some other motherfucker bought or grew. But here's the worst part of it. They grow it and then they ship it overseas and can it and then ship it back here and sell it. Hey, that's some crazy shit.
It's all monoculture done by huge tractors and stuff anyway. So even the farmers aren't actually farming in any traditional way, understanding the actual processes, you know.
Yeah, I laughed at everybody when Donald Trump signed the Farmers Act thingy or whatever, because nobody actually went and read it. And you know what farmers that act supported? Commercial farmers.
Listen,
not your
most
small
of
growers.
these farm acts, they're called farm acts, but they actually have to do with you. My son Ryan did a video. Yeah, I'm not kidding.
Yes.
My son Ryan did an entire video on that shit and shows how that works.
What's
It's
his
all
channel
in the
called again?
wording. It's all in the wording, like you say, like chase. A chase. What's chase? Chase bank. What is a chase? A chase is a pen that you keep animals in. I mean, it's all right there in front of you. But yeah, he did a really good breakdown. Go ahead, James. I'm sorry.
What's his channel name again?
Burn the Corporate Fiction. He doesn't have anything on there anymore. He took it down. So he's good. I was hoping he'd show up in here. He said to me today he was going to start doing some videos in about a week or so. So I don't know. Okay. I'll promote it when he puts it up, you know. But yeah,
is he called Indoctrinated?
Who?
Your
no,
son,
it's not unindoctrinated.
Oh,
no, but his name is Ryan. Yeah, his name is Ryan too. No, he goes by Burn the Corporate Fiction.
Right.
So, yeah, he had some little bit of turmoil, I think, in his life. Had to move and do some other shit, but I think he's getting back on track. So we'll see. Hopefully.
They don't want to be self-ruled.
Well, what if there are people who don't want governments and they want to be self-ruled and they just want to be left alone?
They got to learn how to function within that system and be left alone.
Well,
that's my advice for anybody out there. It's like, I don't want to be messed with. Well, don't get in the drug trade. Don't threaten the government.
Well,
you know, and
yeah,
you're good.
Yeah, but you do understand that there are people all the time that are getting messed with by government, right? I mean, they're completely innocent. And I want to give you a chance on this because you mentioned this Stephen Lara guy who's an ex-military guy. He's trying to make his way toward his family in California from Texas, and they took $87,000 in cash because he doesn't trust banks. He keeps all of his stuff in cash, but they stole from him. And you said that you wanted them. You think they should have stolen more. You were just joking about that, right?
I was joking, yeah.
Well, what do you think about that? Stephen Lara literally did nothing wrong, and he's just one example of millions of people every week who are getting messed with. Huh?
I don't know. See, like, I don't think millions of people get messed with. If anybody's going to get messed with the government, it's me, and I haven't faced any persecution. I have heard some people have, but typically they're involved in drug trade or they're taunting the government.
No, it's like,
just don't
like my getting pulled over for a failure of illumination of a traffic, of a tag light in the back of your car. But then when they walk up to your car, they're like, I'm smelling marijuana. I want you to step out and let's do a field sobriety test. That is happening all the time, Owen. There's checkpoints all over the place. Give me your ID. It's like, but I didn't commit a crime. I'm just sitting here. There's a video that I put on my channel, and this exemplifies what's happening all the time. This guy is sitting in this park, in this public place that there's no signage saying he can't be there. He's eating a hamburger at night. The park's not closed. They come at him and they point their guns at him and jeopardize his life. This guy is literally doing nothing wrong. You don't think that happens all the time?
I mean, I lived in LA for 16 years. I've toured. I used to drink like a maniac. I've never had any issues like that. I mean, I've been pulled over, but it's because I'm speeding. Not really. I mean, I just don't. I think a lot of people like to play up the victim shit.
That's fucking horseshit. Let me tell you something.
I didn't run over anybody or kill anybody. Nobody bothered me.
It's the pure Orwellian aspect of the entire fucking thing, especially when it comes to this civil asset forfeiture bullshit, right? So you guys have all heard about what license plate readers are, right? They have them on cop cars and they can just scan your license plate and it comes back on a computer and tells what it is, right? Well, those aren't just on cop cars. They have them at all different strategic points up and down the freeway, especially in Arizona. How do I know this? Okay. When I was pulled over in early 2019, the first thing the cop asked me, of course, do you know how fast you were going? I said, of course I do. I was actually going 4 miles an hour over the speed limit, but that's beside the point. He says, when was the last time you were through here? And I said, I don't know, a couple months ago. He says, well, I show that you came through here on such and such a date. And I says, how in the fuck would you know when I came through here last? And he goes, oh, I have a good memory. Now, simple logic will tell you that some random fucking state trooper isn't sitting there remembering every fucking car going down, how often it's come by, what make and model or anything else like that. Okay. In fact, my truck was a pretty nondescript. It was an all white Toyota Tundra pickup truck. All right. 2012. So, he says, well, you came through here at this time or that and the other. And I says, how do you know that? And he says, I have a good memory. I says, you do? I says, you know, it was this vehicle right here. He says, yes, I do. I says, how do you know that? And I says, and specifically, how would you know that it was me driving if you did recognize the vehicle? And he's like, still wanting to rely on that. Well, later on, what I found out is what they did is he found my money. He didn't find anything else. All they did was find my money. And they had a trooper drive my truck to the state police barracks. And I followed in the cop's car. At this point, I was still only detained for questioning. Bullshit. So I'm waiting in the fucking thing on this bench, handcuffed. And I see a trooper come in carrying my license plate and putting them in a fucking envelope and sticking them up on the shelf. Well, if I'm already only here to be questioned, you've already made a decision. So something's a fuck up, right? So their whole thing is because the dog hit positive for drugs on the cash. Now, under civil asset forfeiture, your property is deemed guilty and you have to prove its innocence. And that's a whole separate thing to whatever they try to charge you with. So this is bullshit. They have a license plate readers keeping track. So anyway, when I was sitting in there waiting to go get questioned, right? I'm sitting in there and I'm looking and there's these state troopers and some other birds and in plain clothes. And they've got these computer screens they're looking at. I can't see the computer screens, but they're all intently looking at it. And they're like, here's such and such a truck. We pulled that one over such and such a time ago. Let's get unit so-and-so's up here to get them to pull over. And this is what they were doing. They are sitting there with a database that's keeping track on the frequency of trips through that area by specific vehicles. And then plotting to pull those people over for bullshit stuff so that they can seize their fucking property. It's diabolical, man. It's diabolical. And if they've got them in Arizona, I know they got them everywhere else. What do you think about that, James?
Which part?
I mean, having those fucking license plate things hooked up that they're actually, keeping a database. They actually had a thing. I saw a printout. It showed every time my truck had gone through Arizona, which doesn't mean anything because I had a house in California and a house here in Virginia. So, yeah, I was going back and forth. I was renting this house out. And then when I moved, You know, there's some more back and forth. What the fuck? So, wow. I don't know, man.
Well, it's one massive machine system, and you're just like they fed you into it, and so they can find some way to do you, even if it's the smallest thing, isn't it? Like, you know, driving over 4 miles an hour, not doing any harm to anyone. You know, it's all about wasting our time and just, you know, resources. And it's been the same in the UK. It's been terrible, man. Over the last 20 years, like arresting people for like 0.1 of a gram of cannabis and processing them and putting them on community service, you know, for these small things. It's all just a waste of our tax money, basically.
That's a genius idea, though, to create slave labor.
They still haven't legalized or decriminalized marijuana where you live, Anson?
No, I'm breaking the law on a daily basis, basically. I've been a criminal my whole life. Yeah.
Good for you.
You belong in a cage, sir.
Yes. Throw him to the floor. Waffly.
Reefer madness, they called it.
Mm-hmm.
You've seen the film.
That's some good comedy.
What, Reefer Madness? Oh, I know.
That's good stuff. I don't care who you are. That's good.
I've got this metal. I've got this metal sign. It's an old movie poster talking about it as the devil's lettuce, and it's causing debauchery and shit. I got it hanging in my kitchen. It's pretty cool. Yeah, the propaganda movies. And the way that thing ends, you know, he points at everybody in the audience and then it could happen to you or you or you. And he points right at the camera and shit for dramatic effect. Everybody's like, oh, fuck, no, marijuana.
Not me.
What was when I saw that said that there were gangs of cocaine crazed Negroes that were looking to rape the white women.
Yep.
And it was like, holy shit, man.
But the thing is what took place then was whenever they made it illegal and created a crime out of something that they really didn't have a right to. So they didn't actually use the word cannabis in the law. They used the word marijuana because it's slang. So therefore, you know, unless you were a little bit higher intelligence and used its scientific name, then you were under the spell of that law.
Yep. You got to be careful, man. Wording. It's all wording.
But the cops
I've seen it. But the cops like a cartel would have just shot him and taken the money. You know,
they do.
They do that too. What about Tyree Nichols? Tyree Nichols is minding his own business, sitting at a traffic light, didn't do anything wrong. In the Memphis, Tennessee, they called it a jump out crew, beat the crap out of him until he's dead. Are you familiar with the recent thing that just happened with U.S. private vaults in California?
No.
U.S. Private Vaults was a independent company that specialized into catering to a consumer base that was non-KYC, non-know your customer, complete anonymity. You don't have to prove to us who you are, and you can keep your valuables in our safe deposit box. They were raided by the FBI. The warrant said you can't just go in there and go through everybody's box. Well, the FBI went through all 700 boxes, kept $87 million plus millions and millions of dollars worth of jewels and private collectibles and all that kind of stuff. And it was just, this is something that happens this affected 700 people in one shot. This happens all the time. It's happening in New York. It's happening in Florida, Texas, everywhere. Just because it's not happening to you and me right now doesn't mean it's not going to happen to us in the future, tomorrow.
Yeah, a video, a guy got struck by lightning. It was fucking nuts.
No, this happens all the time. This is not rare, like being struck by lightning.
I don't think.
Dude, civil asset forfeiture goes on like it's like an industry. There are areas of interstate Tennessee's really bad. Arizona's horrible. All through that entire stretch, man. And there's entire police departments that are making millions and millions of dollars on that civil asset. They get to keep that money, man. So there's incentive. And they'll say, oh, the dog hit positive for drugs on the money. And shit, it hit positive for drugs on the money they have in their wallet. It hit positive for drugs on all money. It doesn't matter. But they use that and the court will uphold it. It's fucking ridiculous, man.
So I
Really?
think without a government, it would happen nonstop.
It does happen
I know
nonstop.
guys personally that, okay.
You know guys personally what?
They would absolutely, if it wasn't illegal, they would absolutely just rob every fucking bank ever. So many people are so dissuaded from doing crime just simply because there's a government. You know, I know there's some meth heads around here that live in the hills. And
what's up, bro?
So I was curious. So I looked up what the statistics are because he's saying, oh, you know, without government, crime would happen all the time. We were talking about civil asset forfeiture. As in 2018, civil asset forfeiture took over $3 billion worth of money and assets. $3 billion a year. So it doesn't happen that often.
Yeah,
No,
that's
not
just
often.
pennies, right?
That was just 5 guys with a really, really large amount of money. That's all it was.
It was just Bill Gates.
Yeah, that was it. Bill Gates' brother-in-law and shit too. There was a couple. It was all the same money. Don't ask questions. Just believe my made-up statistic that I just threw out there and pulled out of my ass. You know, that's what these guys will do, man. You got to be careful. They'll throw out these. Oh, that's so rare. It's like lightning striking a person or blah blah blah. And it's like, where did you get this? Have you seem to not know very much about this. He obviously hasn't watched Brian very much either, because Brian has covered. I talked to Brian in 2019 in Richmond. I was at Lobby Day, strapped and ready to clap with the rest of the Virginians. Man, there was 20,000 of us there. It was pretty cool. And I was talking to him about that, and I told him about he was doing stories on the shit at the time, so he had a lot of them. And you know, if you can have that much content for a thing, that's not a rare event. I mean, I think that it was a Nashville news station, local news station, did an entire story on how the police are making all this money on civil asset forfeiture right there in Tennessee. So yeah, there's a lot. And I found out about that through Brian. I did. I mean, I was
Don't
like,
they call it Munchausen syndrome or something like that, where you protect and make excuses for your captor?
No, that's Stockholm.
Stockholm syndrome. I knew it was one of them things.
Munchausen is when you hurt your kids, so they'll have to go to the doctor, and you can get the sympathy from the doctor.
Oh, it's a combination of the two. Okay.
They're closely related. Yeah, I'd imagine. Yeah.
I mean, that's what I'm hearing. That's what's coming out of his mouth. One minute he's saying, no, we shouldn't. Then the next minute he's saying we should. And then he makes these excuses for him. All he needs to figure out where he stands. It's like he's on the fence, wobbling back and forth.
I don't know, man.
The only thing keeping them from...
I just think he's fucking crazy. Would you have something, Anson? Anson, did you have something you wanted to say, bro? Oh, okay.
No, running all over people's private property rights is the sheriff's department. And so I'm very grateful for the sheriff's department. People like to do meth. They fucking jerk off in public parks, eating ham sandwiches. You know, it's like, okay, well, I'm sure that bad things happen.
I mean, of all the imagery to come about to picture and to exemplify and say, you know, here again, we got to go. A meth head jerking off in the park with a ham sandwich. How does that even come into somebody's head?
Continually coming into his head as well. It's like this men jerking off is just something for him, isn't it? It's, you know,
holy fuck.
But I know the cops that watch all the other videos, because you guys watch all the videos of a cop doing something bad, but the videos they show the cops is a traffic stop where if someone doesn't show their hands, well, their partner gets fucking shot in the head because they have a little kid in the back and they're transporting methamphetamines. And so, you know, that's the deal. That's life. And so the idea that we're going to not have a government is preposterous, because there always will be that desire. I want a government, and I'm not just crazy and stupid. I think that a monopoly on force where you have a basic idea of what's illegal and you have a bureaucracy, so it isn't a constant power vacuum, I think is really good. And I think that a lot of times, like right now, southern part of America is experiencing what happens when the cartels start taking over. And it is, Darnell Nichols, or whatever the fuck his name is nothing compared to what they're experiencing in the South right now when you're looking at private governments called cartels.
Excuse me. I know that there's people in Texas, and there's I'm actually a friend of mine. It lives right near Eagle Pass, where this big conflict between government and state, a smaller entity of government, but you can see the macro to the micro. So there's a war going on right now between the federal government and the state of Texas over the border crossing at Eagle Pass. Mm-hmm. Biden is threatening military intervention. I think 25 other states have now sent National Guard to help the Texas National Guard secure the border and stop the Border Patrol from letting all these immigrants through. So there's not a whole lot going on in the mainstream, but my friend, there's a big fire just started right near there. He could see it from his house. Not really sure what that's all about, but that just happened recently, I guess. He texted me a little while ago and told me. So Dave in Texas, my friend, we met over a wrong number. Somebody spoofed my telephone number, some advertiser or a spammer, and had called this man. And I get a call on my phone from this guy, and he said, "Yeah, did you just call me?" And I was like, "No." Anyway, we figured out what it was, and I got to talking to him about how they do that. And then the next thing I know, we get to talking about the federal government and how a volunteerism is a good way to do, people don't have a right to intrude. I mean, we went on the whole gambit, and I gained a friend. I've never met him in real life, but we text back and forth daily. I think that's really cool. But he ironically lives right there where this shit is happening. So I'm getting like updates on it kind of as they're happening. That big truck convoy is going down there, I guess, too. So I don't know, guys.
700,000 trucks.
Yeah, man. Buckle up.
No way. That can't be right. Is that really how many?
That's what they're saying. I mean, I haven't counted them myself, and I'm skeptical of
I'm looking at a headline here that
media.
says that.
Yeah. But we saw what happened in Canada when they all got together.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they actually instituted some change. They actually did. For what good it does, because they come around. It's like you cut one head off and two more grow back. It's really terrible. But we might be seeing the very thing, because, the issues of the Civil War were never really resolved. They just, one army overpowered another one. Okay. The very things that the Confederacy fought against happening. Now, albeit Confederacy is still a form of government, but it's at least, I think, a little bit of a freer one, because each state has their sovereignty. It's a smaller, and I don't believe things get better when they get bigger. I believe things are better when they're small. Small companies always work more efficiently than a corporation, for instance. You see that all the time. The more people you have to coordinate together, the worse the outcome comes, right? So,
well, I think it's a coordination whenever Homeland Security is the one that's bussing them in.
Well, of course, it's to their
taking them to all those detention centers that everybody kept calling, oh, they are creating these concentration camps for Americans. Remember those conversations?
Sure. Well, yeah.
And then now we're seeing exactly what they're being used for. They're bussed in, they're transferred there, they're told not to talk to Americans.
Well,
there's some people out there asking questions.
Listen.
So how do you invade a country? You call it immigration.
I think the whole reason that this is becoming so big right now and all these troops are being sent out there is the same reason that the trucker convoys actually happened after 2 or 3 years of COVID. of draconian lockdowns. Like the damage was already done.
Mhm.
And now at the end, people came in and pretended that they were doing something. And I think what was done at the border is already done. It's done and over with. And we're about to find out.
You think that maybe that's what that fire is all about?
Don't know.
I mean, I wonder if it did come to fisticuffs. You know what? For real. Wonder if we actually had Americans fighting Americans. It's hard. You know, they wouldn't tell us. I'll find out. I'll find out when I check my phone. But
I don't believe in borders actually either. But
oh yeah, I mean, it is an arbitrary line.
But yeah, but
that's why I'd say these people would say, "I'm proud to be an American," and I'm like, other than being birthed on a certain side of an imaginary line, what did you have to do with it? I mean,
right.
but
these people do believe in their different plantations. And so I am saying, I do believe that one plantation has now been invaded by another plantation.
Absolutely.
And some shit's about to get taken over.
Yep. Listen, I'm seeing a commonality of fighting age men coming in, very few women, a lot of children. That's speculative too. But I mean, head on a swivel, just head on a swivel. Always be ready. Anything can happen at any time. And this is what I was saying about, I'm proud to be an American. Yes, I like the culture that I live in. That's cool. You can do that. But to be proud of something you had nothing to do with, like I hear people say, I'm proud to be white or I'm proud to be black. And I'm like, you had nothing to fucking do with it, man. You could have been born anybody. And here's a real shocker for you. You were. Ha! How about that? It wasn't up to you to begin with. So there, just stop with that now, and don't think.
That's why I say the world is the word world is a totally different entity than Earth.
Oh,
because on Earth we would all have, there would just be land and nobody, would tell you what you can and can't do. But they created a fictitious world and everybody's joined the club.
And listen, this one's one that kind of irks me too, is people lay claim to achievements because the people that made those achievements happen to be the same race as them. Well, look what my race has done. No, it has nothing to do with you again. It just so happens that the person that did that was of this race or of this race, or, stop. Be proud of what you do, absolutely. But don't let pride consume you. Especially false pride. That's false pride.
Do you think that illegality equals immorality and legality equals morality then?
Tyree Nichols' officers were charged legally, and so they're facing they're facing prosecution for what they did. So that's actually a sign that the government is good.
And especially like when I don't know, Amber Geyer walks into the wrong fucking apartment, blows the occupant away because she was fucked up and thought it was her apartment. And then when she's sentenced for this, the judge hugs her and consoles her. Yes, government is good. You think they'd hug and console you for such a thing? Fuck no.
No, I'm saying, do you think, generally speaking, legality equals morality?
Well, I was just answering. You brought up that example, and when a cop beats someone for no reason, the cop will face criminal charges.
Rarely.
Oh my gosh.
Rarely.
No, it isn't. Dude.
Like for example,
I know what we're facing right now. Honestly, cops aren't doing their job because they're scared of like people recording them, and now crime is insane. And so.
Why would you be afraid to do your job if somebody was recording you? Unless you're doing something that people shouldn't see. That should be suspect in itself. If what you're doing is moral and just, you should have no problem doing it in the full light of day. Good works are done in the light of day. If you got to cover shit up, you're up to some sneaky shit. That ain't no good. Can't have that.
Hell, the pizza delivery person can get the damn right house and right apartment. Why can't they? Good Lord.
James, you look like you had something you wanted to say.
No.
So I know the cops are good guys. They work hard. They have families. They're passionate about stopping people from abusing the weak. And the government, I know that you don't believe this, but I do believe this. The government actually helps the weak and the underprivileged. Right now, if we didn't have a government, the private sector would liquidate people in debt, people on food stamps, people in retirement, and they want them all dead. They're liabilities. In a private banking system, it's liabilities. And so the government is actually there to help protect the weak. And that's why the BLM and the anarchist movements to get rid
they're
of
here
cops
to help the weak by killing us all.
The crime is skyrocketed. People are getting harassed and fucked with by gangs at a level it's insane. And so that's why I'll get a little passionate sometimes about this conversation. It's not because I'm mad at you. It's just that I know the truth about the government, and that when you deregulate and you privatize, you are giving all the power to the rich, and the poor are just completely eaten alive by the wolves. And I see it. I know it. I know people in law enforcement. I see what happens. And that's the truth.
You think that making rules, laws, and regulations don't give power to the rich?
They limit the rich.
Oh, it does.
What?
Like who got rich?
Absolutely,
Who got rich during COVID when they locked everybody down and everybody's losing their jobs and businesses?
Yeah, a lot of the rich people did get more wealthy.
Who gets rich when a defense contractor gets a contract so they can go off to war? Do the people get rich, or do the defense contractors get rich?
It's a really good question, Brian. Regulation it hurts the rich. That's why the rich are always trying to deregulate the government.
Regulation
Always.
hurts the rich. Are you talking about like when they consolidated power with the with the oil interests, with Standard Oil and all that? When they deregulated?
Okay, if there wasn't regulation, the rich would have private armies and would make you a slave on a level that you can't fathom.
But you do understand when they broke up the monopolies, or they broke up the money trusts and all that stuff, they just consolidated power by calling them different names, right?
Uh-huh.
It was the same.
Would you like oligarchs to have private armies, Brian?
Would I like oligarchs to have private armies? How do we know they don't? Wasn't BlackRock like a private army that was like?
They don't.
No.
Does he not realize that the Federal Reserve actually has its own fucking police force with powers of arrest and deadly force? What's that? They don't get a paycheck from the city of Washington, D.C. or from the government. That comes from the Federal Reserve Bank is who hires them, man. We don't have private armies. Who the fuck do you think Halliburton was doing, man? Come on. Jesus Christ, where's this guy been? I mean, he's Iraq war age, right? He knows about Halliburton and everything, right?
I wouldn't have known about him if I didn't work for him.
In his simplistic view of society, it's split into two groups. One group is just like vicious, kind of murderous people that just want to become like gangs of drug dealers. And the other group of people are these weak people that like we need him to protect us from, that will just crumble, So, you know what I mean? It's just like one generalization after another. It's like, this is the way people are. This is what the government is, with no proof, because I say so, basically.
Right. It's force. It's all it is. And with force of violence, it's in a monopoly on violence is what. And it's even worse for you guys because, well, I don't know how much worse, because we've always been a colony of England. We just think we broke away. But, the police there, they swear an oath to the Queen or to the Crown, right? Not to you. So they're not really working for you. They're working for the Crown. And consequently, do you think that anybody would ever be able to arrest Charles for his crimes? No, because the police have their loyalty to him regardless. What is that research? What? Let me look. Antarctica is closed. Oh, I love it. It's those damn penguins, Hanson. Motherfuckers, they won't let us go. They're in charge. Did you know they gave a penguin admiralty over in Norway? I have video of it, man. This is walking by troops, and the troops are saluting them and everything, man. I'm serious. I started believing my own joke, man, for a little bit.
But wasn't BlackRock?
Brian, have you ever seen private business in America have an army or their own police force? Don't lie, okay? Like,
No,
be honest. Have you ever
asking,
seen Subway sandwich? Does Subway or McDonald's have a fucking army? No, it's illegal. It's regulated. Come on. Let's not be retarded here.
But why do you need an additional army? Because we already have a United States Army. You remember what happened with Katrina? The National Guard was used to go door to door to disarm people who stayed back after the hurricane to defend their own properties, and they got disarmed and they were jailed because of the federal government. You can't do that with a gang because they'll shoot you. But if you shoot an agent of the state, you're not going to live through the experience. They'll put the helicopters in the air, the dogs on the ground, and you're not getting away from the state. So don't you see the government as a worse gang than a regular gang?
It's not, obviously not.
No.
Do you have any experience with gangs or no?
Yes, I do.
You do?
Yes.
I grew up just outside of Detroit. I have too. I know all about this shit, man. And Owen, I guarantee that your fucking white bread ass ain't never had any experience about gangs at all. So this guy trying to act, here he goes.
Like, you honestly have experience with gangs and you think the government is a worse gang than an actual gang?
Yeah, I used to live in LA County. I've personally experienced gangs, and it's personally entered into my life. Yes, I personally have experience with gangs.
Like, you've had family members in gangs and stuff like that?
Do I have family members in gangs? No, I don't have. No. I have.
Just, you live in LA County. Is your experience with gangs?
No, I've personally been the victim. I hate to say that because these are such buzzwords, but have been victimized by gangs.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. I have personal experience with gangs, if that's what you mean.
And you don't think that they're worse than the federal government gang?
Nope.
Say it again. You just broke up on Skype. Say it again.
Have you ever been beaten by the police? Have you ever been beaten by the police? By the police?
Can anybody tell what he's...
I think he's getting ready to cut.
Dude, you were breaking up and you sound electronic.
Oh, check one, check two.
I heard
Check one,
one.
check two. Hello.
There you go. Go ahead.
Have you ever been brutalized and beaten and robbed by a police officer or a member of the government?
Yes.
Yes.
Several times.
You've been beaten by a police officer? Honestly?
Yes. And I've been caged, and my shoestrings were taken from me, and they put me in solitary confinement and forgot about me for a long time at Panama City Beach. And I didn't deserve it. I didn't do anything deserving of that treatment. Huh?
What happened?
I stopped a guy who was strung out on coke from shooting his girlfriend by apprehending him, and they got me and let him free. And I had 10 and I
get where you're coming from now more.
And I had 10 witnesses. What?
No, I get where you're coming from now more. If that's your experience, then that's fucked up.
And again, that's not an isolated experience. This is a daily occurrence. What Brian just said happened to him happens every fucking day. I mean, and this guy wants to act like, oh yeah, it's like lightning striking the same place twice. You know, get out of here. Who's paying you to say this dumb shit, man? Come on.
I do not believe.
Somebody was saying last night, he's got this guy who's a muzzy that hangs around with him all the time, telling him and teaching him about this Islam. That's why he's a big pro-Islam now. And he was saying that this whole Barteria thing is based out of Sharia law. And I was like, what the hell's wrong with Shania Law? I like her music. Anyway.
That they should have done that to you. No, obviously not.
But you know, it happens to many, many people. If it didn't happen to so many people, then why does the government rake in $6.2 billion a year in the 48 lower states in civil asset forfeiture claims? And why did every single sheriff in every single county in America sign Sheriff Jim Skinner's, who's the National Sheriff's Association head? Why did they appeal to Dan Crenshaw, Dan Red Flag Law Crenshaw, the sellout that he is, to stop HR 1525, which would extremely limit civil asset forfeiture? Civil asset forfeiture isn't being enacted against Mexican drug cartels. It's being enacted every single day against Americans who've done nothing wrong.
So there's a cokehead that was trying to kill his girlfriend and you stopped it and they put you in a prison cell?
Yeah.
Is that a news story? Can I like look into that? That's crazy.
It was Panama City. It was 1986. And I don't know if it's a news story or not.
Did you sue them?
No, I was 17 years old. I didn't even think about suing. I just wanted to get out of jail. I was literally going crazy because they forgot about me in solitary confinement, took my shoes, said that I was a suicide risk when I was like, what the heck is going on here? 17-year-old kid just scared to death. You know, it's just not good, you know?
I could see that too. I could, you know, he was even kind of, you know, he's not used to that harsh type of shit. I don't think too much. And, to be immersed into it like that, I can dig it, man. I can remember the first time I had some shit happen to me with the cops, and it was just like, it was pretty traumatic, man. And it's gonna be. It didn't leave me with a respect for him, I can tell you that.
My experience when I was young was way different, but I never liked the fact that they do have two separate things. It is who you're related to and who you know.
Listen, I think
how
it's
you're
more,
treated.
You just to do that job, you have to. I mean, if there's a way you could have like a sheriff, right? But it has to be really kind of limited. What we've got right now, there's no way that you could do that job and have a moral conscience too. Okay, so in order to put on that badge, you have to somehow take your conscience out of you and place it in a jar someplace and replace it with that badge. And I don't know, either switch them back and forth as you are on duty, off duty, or I don't know how you can reconcile that shit. I just don't.
There might be another option though. If they're just like really compartmentalized and stupid and they just do the job and think they're doing a good job and it's all justified.
Well, especially if it's reinforced.
They don't allow that same shit with each other. There was, I'm not sure if James remembers this, but there was that kid that got stopped or whatever, and then this other cop dragged him over to the side of the street and let him fall face first on his face.
Oh, yeah.
His dad was a cop.
Yep.
Didn't that officer lose his, wasn't he decertified?
Yeah.
And taken to court for that?
He was sued and he went to prison.
Right. Because
stuff
why?
like that happens
Because
all the
he
time,
did
but
it to another.
a
He
cop's
did
son.
it to another cop's kid. That's
Yep.
why you aren't to touch another cop's kid.
Well, let's look at where the ambition to become a cop initially comes from for most of these people. It's one of two ways. And it's because dad or someone they looked up to was a cop, or because of what they've seen on television programs and in movies. Okay. They want, a lot of them are the second, that they want that action. They think it's really going to go. Well, this kind of programming that's been placed into people through these shows is really, if you look at the commonality of the theme, it's the end justifies the means. Yeah, they violated the shit out of that guy's civil rights, but they ended up getting the right guy. That kind of a story. And it makes it like it's okay to just go ahead and violate these rights of someone because you have a hunch. I mean, I've watched some of these shows and I'm like, you got to be shitting me. There ain't no way I'd let a cop ask me that dumb
The
shit.
thing is so many people say that the cops don't know, but they damn sure do.
No, they
know.
count on you not to know. They count
That's
on
right.
you not knowing. Absolutely. And but you got to say that, I mean, they've been scraping the bottom of the barrel for anybody to become a police officer probably in the last 20 years.
I don't think cops know as much as you think they know.
Hey, you can watch James.
What, James?
He went to get a job.
What did you say, James?
I really don't think cops know as much as you think they know.
No.
They know what they were taught and they know what they were trained, and that's it. And they were truly taught to do things that are illegal, and they genuinely think it's okay, and that it's or that it, you know.
They're told to view themselves as above everyone else. This is evident in their training when they say the most important thing is you come home. And it's like, fuck everybody else, be for yourself, you know. Don't be afraid to shoot grandma because after all, she might have a gun. That kind of mentality is going to place you in an idea that I have authority. I am above these other people that don't wear this special little suit. You know, I've been sanctioned by the wizard to be able to do this shit. See, and that's some dangerous shit.
I go back to Jade Helm 15 back in, was it 2015, whenever they wanted to do their little game charades out here on you know, in the streets. And people were like, no, they didn't want to. Well, Texas spoke up and they went to the parliament there, to the king, and requested that they could do it there. And so they granted their wish, right? We watched how cops ended up with all this military gear. We watched that they got subsidies from the federal government. They got to hire more people.
Right.
So we have to go back to the beginning of whenever they started really super changing on our streets. Yes, big cities were already rotten, but I'm talking about just basically nationwide. But since I've been a teenager, I knew that everything was corrupt in the police and city halls and
Dreamy,
all that.
think back, okay, when we were kids, growing up, 12, 13 years old, what did the cops look like? They looked like the dudes on Adam 12. Right? They had the bus driver cap type thing. They had a badge. They wore a blue suit, not black, not camo. It was a blue suit. They had usually a service revolver and a couple things on their belt, just like like what you see on Adam 12. All right.
Right.
Now we've all heard the term dress for success. Right? And what that means? What that mean? Right, exactly. When you dress a certain way, you assume a character.
Right.
So now if we've changed that overall suit to become a combat uniform,
right,
this guy's going to be out there bugging for fucking combat, even if it's on a subconscious level. He's dressing for the part that he's playing.
Intimidation.
Right? When you want to, and you're working in, you want to work in the bank or something like that, you don't try to go work in the bank wearing the shit that I'm wearing right now. No, you put on a collar and a tie and maybe a suit jacket, you know, and you present yourself in a certain way. That's because you are dressed for the part that you're trying to play.
You mean I can't go into a bank interview dressed in a trench coat with a nice floppy hat over my head and a bandana over my face?
Well, yeah, as long as you got the bandana, you're good to go.
You see what I'm saying? Yeah. It's the costume. You're absolutely right. And people fall victim to that all the time because it goes right along with businesses, you know, when they want to manipulate you, you're into thinking a certain way about their product.
Oh, let's see. We got a little bit. Oh, go ahead.
Sovereign, I'm going to have to get out.
Yeah, I'm not going to be on much longer myself here. We're pretty much run the gambit of this train wreck. You know,
I appreciate you letting me come up and chat with you guys. It's been awesome.
It's been an honor. Yeah, come back. It's been great, man. And as I said before, did you wait a second here? Will one of my mods please put James's link in the chat? You know what I'll do, James? Just put something in the chat. Say something in the chat right now, and I'll give you a wrench. You can put it in yourself if you don't mind.
Oh, I don't.
Okay, I got you. Here we go.
I'm way too tired to go grab a link and share it. Renee's been sharing it all night, though.
Okay, all right.
And I appreciate it, Renee.
There you go. Anyway,
good talking with you.
Yeah, it was good to have you on here.
I'm way too lazy to go grab a link, man.
I dig it. I know. I'm starting to get the yawnies myself here, man.
Yeah, I really appreciate the conversation with all you guys, though. Thank you. It's been awesome.
Oh, no problem, man. Anytime, James. Come back anytime. Thanks for coming on, brother.
Good night.
Anson, did you say you're rolling on us too, bro?
Yeah, I am, man.
Yeah, I think I'm going to pretty much shut it down. I mean, we've run the gambit of this thing. It's a train wreck. Brian's pretty much made the point that he's going to be able to make. And I'm right there with it. It's this, man. It's nobody has a higher claim over anybody else. Okay. And I don't know. It just blows my mind that not only can someone think that they do, but for other people to accept it just fucks me up. I'm like, how did you do that?
We also got to take into a little bit of consideration. Everybody's at a different place in their life and learning that they've been lied to about different things, believing not, being confused about this, that, and another thing. And that happens when you're waking up, right? You're not quite on your feet as soon as you wake up and your eyes open. It's not like everything's instant, okay, and bam, right? So each person, based on their experiences in life, are in a different place.
Yep.
I mean, whether we like to agree or disagree, that's the bottom line. We're all one person might wake up to flat earth, but not their government. One might wake up to their church, but not their government. You see what I'm saying? So it's just
here's the thing it gets me, like, is I'm just imagining how this ever fucking took place, right? Without somebody forcing it, right? Because, all right, so I'm just thinking, and I'm like, hey, I got this idea, man. I'm going to put on this fucking hat, and I'm going to put on this fucking special robe, and then I'm going to say, hey, I am the king of everybody, and y'all have to do what I say. Now, how many of those people are going to initially go, hey, yeah, okay, that's cool? I mean, nobody's going to do that, right? Nobody's going to go, hey, yeah, that's a good idea. You are indeed above me and can tell me to do anything, and I have to obey you. I mean, no, I could never do that. Not without some backing of force, because they'd say, oh, yeah, what will happen if I don't? I mean, that's going to be the first thing out of anybody's fucking mouth right away, right? It's going to be, well, what's going to happen if I don't?
Right.
So there has to be consequence to it, because somebody can't just, I guess, and then you have to make these people somehow believe that this is fair and just. So because, I guess they use God. They say it's because God told them, and then they hold the little holy hand grenade of Antioch, and they go, see this little ball that the Pope gave me? It's got a cross on it. It means that I got to rule everybody,
Right.
There you go. Fuck.
Yeah, there's a lot of things. And I mean, like, even right now, there might be some beliefs that we're holding on to that are cockamamie bullshit to somebody else because they've been through something and already know about it, right?
Right.
So
absolutely.
That's why I say, Owen Benjamin sounds super confused because one minute he's saying one thing, another minute he's saying another. And I hear that with different people, but it all boils back down to vocabulary and knowing that, it's just a deceit. English is a very deceitful language because you have proper English and legalese and this English and that English, and it's all corporate. It's created by corporate.
Well,
so I see that we have this common language like you and I.
Mm-hmm. We got to think about this too, that the fallen angels, right? Albeit that they were fallen, they were still angels, right? And we have the angelish language created for the King James Bible. And it has so much deception built within the language. We have homonyms, we have double entendres, we have there's a lot of things, you can trick people easily with the angelish or English language.
Yes.
So yeah, and we see that a lot of this legalese is based out of that
English and start calling it what it is, which is babble.
Well, yeah.
Well, change the definition at will.
Well, it's all based. You see, that's in the way to get around it is like, well, it's a different word because look, it was spelled this way, and it is pronounced slightly different, but they do sound similar. And I'm like, okay, that's bullshit. Like when they got there, and there, right? like you have the contraction they are, you have the direction toward, meaning there, and
Right.
you've got THIER, which or THEIR, which is the possessive. So
Right.
that's they sound the same,
Right.
but phonetically they're supposed to be different. And this is another thing too, is because they've gradually changed the spellings of words in the English language, which have consequently changed slightly the pronunciation. And we all know that words carry power through vibration. And if you're not using the word absolutely correctly, it's not carrying the power that it would had you said it correctly. But you don't know any different because you're going by a new dictionary. You're going by a new way of saying it.
Right. And it's like the word defend it. It sounds like you need to defend yourself, right? But when you're in that courtroom, you don't have to say a word. The petitioner has to prove everything they say against you. You don't have to defend yourself at all. You don't have to give your name. You don't have to do all these things, but because people believe what they're told without actually reading or knowing. But I don't expect other people to know that, because I actually learned from people, in that field, DAs and lawyers and what have you, right? But that was my experience. So that gave me that knowledge at a very early age, dealing with that. I don't expect everybody else to know because they don't read that. And it's not taught in their education system.
Right. Nick, one of the let me point something out to Nick here real quick with that very thing, what I was talking about. For instance, we call the hue of something a color, right? That's wrong. It's color. Color is the original way to pronounce that. Okay, but it's been changed. So it is phonetically different. There, you got to be careful with that. Yes,
we
I
can
am.
take many words like you're saying. They sound the same. Like today I was watching a video and the lady was talking about goats. But anyways, she didn't say dame, right? But that's what she meant. But she said damn. And how many people in the United States pronounce D-A-M-E as damn? I've heard it many times throughout my life. And it means a female or whatever. But in England, they call it a dame or whatever, right? So pronunciation of words, the way that they're used, in the context they're used. And then you start creating codes out of that. You turn it into babble.
Slang and colloquialisms. Yeah.
Yes.
Like where you start using. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. And it gets ridiculous. It gets ridiculous.
And I think that's what creates a lot of the confusion in people's minds, because nobody knows really what each other's saying, because they're thinking of it in a different context.
Yep. You keep them ignorant, keep them powerless. It's that simple. So anyway, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to sign off here. It's got late. I think we've pretty much run the gambit of that. Brian, I believe, held himself as a mature adult, while I believe that Owen Benjamin melted down. I hope that his followers can see that if you think that's humor, well, then I pity you. I really do. If you actually, I mean, that's his true colors. That's coming from his heart. And I find it really strange that he is really hung up on this butt sex and masturbating, retards and things like that, man. I think he's really, really immature, So JG had said this shit's torture, gotta bounce. Yeah, it's like, look, you got to be able to watch this kind of thing like we do with some of these debates. You got to be able to look at some of these things and say, okay, I'm just analyzing it. I'm just analyzing it. Yeah, people are going to say stuff that go against what your beliefs are, but you got to be able to accept it and just go, okay, it is what it is.
Tolerance. But you don't have to accept, believe, agree, or anything with anybody else. You can have your own opinions, because everybody's got an asshole, right?
Owen is a legend. Pay homage. Yeah, wait. Thank you, Jonathan. When he said that Owen is a legend, yeah, in his own mind, he's a legend. But I'll tell you what, I mean, if that's the kind of thing you're looking for and you strive to go after, or you find it even entertaining, hell, whatever. Who am I to say? I'm just saying, I think he was real childish in this. He's become, his Twitter, he put out some shit on Twitter about Brian, but he turned all his comments off. So it's like, what the fuck? So it must be he wasn't getting the praise and adornment that he was expecting. And I would be interested to see if his has decreased any out of it.
Well, at the end of the day, it's to each their own. And, I mean, we've all got to change at our own pace, at our own time, because like I said, I knew at about 8 or 9 years old, the earth wasn't a round ball.
Right.
But how many people believe that? I got ridiculed asking a question or two about it, so I didn't talk about it no more because I thought everybody were idiots.
I saw that,
they
Jonathan.
couldn't see it. So I find people that came to it later, and now I realize all these awesome people, actually now get it. Mm-hmm. So I'm really excited and happy about that.
That's good. I know.
But the other thing is, I looked up the word cult, and that's just a group of people basically that believe or follow the same thing. So anybody wants to create their own private club, more power to you. Doesn't mean I have to be the joiner.
I am such a voluntarist that I would never force volunteerism on anyone.
Right.
Okay. Right. I mean, look, so likewise, I would expect no one to force statism upon me. If that's what you need, okay, if you're an animal and have to have the threat of force, or if you're a scared rabbit and you're afraid of everybody else, and you feel that you need this entity to control your life and you pay tithings to, then you should go ahead and you sign up to do that. But
but don't force everybody else to go along with your ideology.
Right. I am not afraid of everyone else. I am not a scared rabbit. Okay. And I'm not an animal either. So I can live the rest of my life as I have for 58 years without committing loss, injury, or harm against another person. Okay. And I'm sure I can do with the little bit that I have left. So that's cool. I'm sorry that people feel like that they have to be controlled by someone. That's kind of fucking sick.
I just think about it like this. I live around people daily. I have neighbors, whatnot. And I don't see all this fear and all this turmoil amongst us. It just doesn't exist. I'm in a very calm
we've had
area, I guess. I don't know. But I mean, I've lived in some crazy places.
Yeah, the chaos is fed to you. Yeah, the chaos is fed to you, Dreamy.
Yeah,
the chaos is fed to you through the lie vision. We know that. I'm gonna have to get off here though because it's getting late. We're going a long show.
Well, thanks for having me.
Thanks for coming up. I hope Lemon Skunk is happy. Lemon Skunk was missing you on the Rumble side. I kept getting comments asking where you was at and all that. And I said, well, she probably got life outside of YouTube.
Lately. Hang out with a friend.
I also want to thank Renee for getting the message out about this stream and last night's stream as well. That was quite a surprise having James Freeman pop up on my channel. I certainly didn't expect that, but it was
very nice of him.
I've been watching him for quite a while, probably about as long as I've been watching Brian, really. Around the same time, I think I probably subscribed to him. So
I think
it's probably
I was watching James Freeman before that. I know it was either just before or right around the time that Mexican Padilla got assaulted there in Leon Valley, and then all the guys got arrested. All that mess. But I think I was actually watching him before that.
So yeah, I was glad to see that. And if everybody should go over to High Impact Flicks, especially over on the Rumble side, subscribe to him. He's got a good channel. He puts out good content. I've enjoyed him. I've been subscribed for a few years, and yeah, sometimes he says some things, or some of his actions might be controversial to my views, but I find overall his content seems to hit the mark as far as my alignment of thinking.
Right, and that's what we need to do in order to come together is pick those things that we agree on. We don't have to agree on everything to be decent to each other. So yeah, I get irritated with all the snapping, backbiting, backstabbing, all that crap, throwing each other under the bus. That's bullshit. It's about, okay, so Owen Benjamin does agree that the earth is flat or a level plane, right? So there is a connection.
Sure.
It's not, and it doesn't have to be that. But through learning and whatnot with each other, we begin to open up and to see and wake up to different things.
Well, okay, for instance, and thank you for that, Slash. I was trying to think, Here's the Deal is the name of his channel on YouTube as well. But here's the thing, like, okay, so Owen, he's come to the realization of a flat earth too. Now, as far as some of the theories around flat earth and things that we're still exploring, he and I may disagree on those things. Okay, right. When it comes to this right here, I completely disagree. Exactly. He's a scoff at the Mandela effect, which I'm sorry, I've personally experienced this, man. And I know he has too, which is telling me that something has happened where he's got to toe some kind of establishment line. Something has happened that has caused him to go right into the establishment line. And I think one of the telltale things about that really rings out with me is his eyes.
Well, that's why
I've talked to you about that before.
Panicky.
Yeah.
You know, the way he's responding is like somebody in a panic, right?
He resorts to such childish tactics so quickly. So quickly. You know, my point is, you disagree with my point, and I'm not going to let you make your disagreement. Nah, I can't hear you. Nah.
Right, yeah.
That's what he's doing. And really, really childish. Really, really childish.
Anyways, you have a good night. I'm going to let you go.
All right, Dreamy. Good night. Thanks for coming up, sweetheart.
Good night, chat. Much love to everyone.
All right. And I want to thank everybody for coming tonight. If you haven't already, subscribe, share, hit that like button, please. It helps the algorithm grow and gets us out there a little bit more. As you know, we do where it's open. If you want to come up, I usually have the link pinned in the top of the chat. And as long as you observe decorum, you know, you're welcome to stay and chat with everybody and put your opinion in with what we're talking about. We do a lot of topic driven shows. A lot of times things about flat earth, but not always. We talk about all kinds of different phenomena, the Mandela effect, volunteerism. We're into a lot of the subjects that are not kind of along the mainstream. So hopefully you've enjoyed the show, and you'll like and subscribe. And if you do, hit the bell notification so you can be alerted when I go live or upload a video. And Nick, maybe next time. Okay, maybe next time we'll let you come up. I don't know. Might have to take a poll to see, because I don't know, there's a lot of people in my audience that really don't care for your presence on here a whole lot. But you know, we'll see. That time hasn't come. As we know, the past only exists in our mind. The future only exists in your mind. What does that leave us with? Perpetual now. So live in the moment. Treat every moment as though you're your last. And always remember, the Lord loves a working man. Don't trust Whitey. See your doctor and fire him. And don't believe in any of the twiddle, twaddle, and bahooey that they try to feed you every day. Good night, everybody.